Assalamu alaikum. A very warm welcome to our keynote speakers, our panelists, and our audience. Inshallah, as with all events involved in Islamic finance, Islamic economy, we will start off with a dua, and then from there, I'll have an opening remark. Then we'll have a keynote 1, keynote 2. Then we'll have presentations. After the 4th presentation, we will have Q&A for 20 minutes and then go on to the next speaker. And then after the 8th speaker, another break and then for Q&A. So at this moment, I would like to ask Brother Don Haji Safuddin Arif to basically recite the dua. Brother Saf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rusdi. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, all praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions, and for those who follow his sunnah till the judgment day. Ya Allah, we have gathered virtually here with your permission in this blessed month of Ramadan, and we seek your blessings on this occasion and all those who are attending this event. Ya Allah, you are the greatest, we rely on you. Grant us goodness and wisdom, protect us from harm, cure us from sickness, shower your mercy and barakah upon us. Guide us on the path that pleases you, strengthen our iman to obey your commands, and choose us to be among those who enjoy good and profit good. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سلام على خير خلق سيدنا محمد وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Shukran, salamu alaikum. Thank you, Brother Saf. So now what we'd like to do is I will basically set the table with a 5-minute opening remarks about the area, and then from that we will go to our first keynote speaker. So Bismillah. Welcome to our inaugural Green Iftar event. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our guests, our panelists, our keynote speakers from 9 countries, and where iftar time has not arrived in these 9 countries. Inshallah, may the fast be easy for all of us. This event is because of the work of Brother Tanju Dagane, one of the keynote speakers whose good work is about food waste during Ramadan. And we wanted to expand that Green Iftar to Green Islamic economy. There are a few points I'd like to share as it sets up the table for this Green Iftar event. The first is about external shocks. We're at an inflection point in place and time. During the financial crisis of 2008, unfortunately, Islamic finance, Islamic economy was not able to showcase its underpinnings. COVID-19 basically presents almost once in a lifetime opportunity as a silver lining to basically accelerate innovation, to accelerate development of Islamic economy into the digital Islamic economy. That's green. Why that? There are a number of competing things that are happening in the world today. The first is climate and sustainability will be global trends for the next few decades. There are 193 signatories to the UN SDGs, and most of the Muslim majority countries are signatories to it. Sustainability is about people, planet, and species aligned to what Maqasid Sharia has been about. And if we take a step back and put a few things in context, the modern environmental movement started in the US in 1962. In the 1990s, we had the MDGs, and in 2015, we had the UN SDGs. Take a step back in Islam, references to air, water, biodiversity, waste, etc. in the Quran predate the environmental movement, predate the MDGs and the SDGs, where God Almighty talks about stewardship responsibilities. It's about mizan or milan, balance. If we look at the United Nations environmental program on their faith for earth understandings, in their vision statements, it talks about a world where everything is in balance, a Milan, if you will. We are committed to expanding the narrative Islamic economy to the green Islamic economy for three main reasons. One, alignment to God and his mandates, secularly from a global trending point of view. Second is relevance. We want to be relevant to humanity, and it leads to the third part, which is our contributory responsibility to the environment. Now, if we look at the Islamic economy sectors as told by Dinar Standards Global Islamic Economy Survey 2019-20, Islamic banking and finance is $2.5 trillion in 2018, 2024, expected to be 3.4 trillion. But the issue here that we have to concern ourselves as part of expanding the narrative is banking and carbon emissions, a responsible bank, a sustainable bank, and its loan book. So that's the first thing. Second area is the halal food space. The same GIES studies, 2018, 1.4 trillion, 2024, 1.9 trillion. But agriculture contributes to about 25% of the greenhouse gas emissions. The issue with the halal food is most Muslim countries are net importers of food. So you've got the carbon footprint of the halal industries, including food mileage. The third area that we'll cover in this is Muslim travel. If you look at the Muslim travel space, it is 189 billion, 2018, 2024 expected to be 274 billion. If you look at the studies, 8% of the world's global carbon emissions is because of travel. How much is the Muslim travel contributing to that? The last aspect that we will have as coverage in this seminar is modest fashion, 2018, 283 billion, 2024, 402 billion. 4% of greenhouse gases, according to the McKinsey study in 2018, is from fast fashion. And that does not take into account the clothing that ends up in landfill. So we've got all these big numbers, and we've got the growth patterns, and we need to think about greening this, and that's one of the areas that we will cover today. So finally, this Green Iftar event has 13 speakers. Each will be allotted 10 minutes, and then after the fourth speaker, we'll have a 20-minute Q&A. What you hear about today are going to be new areas: green takaful, green waqaf, green sukuk, Islamic ESG, social impact startups in the OIC, sustainable modest fashion, Muslim travel responsibly, Islamic finance, technology, climate change, the carbon footprint of the halal food, and obviously charities. So with that, I end my opening remarks. Having set the table, I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Brother Mudassar Ahmed. Brother Mudassar Ahmed Hopefully you are online. You were having some internet issues, I believe. But briefly, Brother Mudass Ahmed is a global leader. He's a global thinker, and he has done remarkable things from his communications firm he founded a decade plus ago, where his clients are the United States State Department, the Islamic Development Bank, the UN, the OIC. Um, a huge contribution with the Concordia program. So um, at this point in time, let me turn it over to Brother Mudassar Ahmed for his keynote. Brother Mudassar, please.
Well, assalamu alaikum, everyone. And first of all, thank you, Dr. Siddiqui and the iPortal team for A, inviting me, and two, pulling together this extremely ambitious and much needed agenda. I'm absolutely floored by the number of things that you are aiming to cover and excited by your vision in pursuing such an ambitious agenda. So it's a pleasure to meet everyone here. You know, I'm hoping to get to know many of you as time goes by. My name is Mudassar, and I run as Dr. Siddiqui said, I run a reputation management consulting firm, and here are some thoughts that I've prepared for you today. We must start approaching the holy month of Ramadan holistically. Therefore, we start seeing it as a revitalization of our physical bodies and a call to revitalize our earth and environment. As we know, the Muslim world is very far behind on green initiatives, and therefore it will unfortunately suffer the most from climate change. From flooding in Bangladesh to changing seasonal crops in Egypt, the Muslim world has already begun to witness the direct effects of climate change. It will continue to feel them unless we start working towards a greener future together. We are all living through this COVID-19 pandemic, which has reminded us of our interconnectivity and the dependency that we have on one another. The pandemic has also reminded us that we need to work together to protect nature, because environmental damage in one area can have a devastating impact on our world. We should work together to avoid future pandemics by working towards sustainable and green economy. This is the only way our Earth will survive. One path to the green future is to invest in an Islamic economy and economic principles and models. This includes the need to invest in green jobs and green industries and value-added employment. This won't happen immediately, but we must start now. Today's meeting is an important meeting of people of various backgrounds and experiences worldwide. We have many experts on the call who have demonstrated successfully how we can learn from each other. I think it's essential to share best practice and learn from each other using local examples, whether it's Turkey, Malaysia, or Kuwait. We should look and see how we can work together across continents and countries. We should also look for stories that can inspire or learn how we can make local issues and local problems solvable and find solutions for others around the world to use and benefit from them. I'd like to share a very recent small story that just happened in the past couple of weeks, that might be relevant. I am chair of, in one of my roles is that I'm chair of the largest food bank, independent food bank in London. And our demand for providing food has gone up by 800% in the past year. Food poverty is a very real issue in London, particularly among ethnic minority communities. And we realized during the pandemic that many Muslim families were affected by the lockdown. Many came to the food bank for the first time. We realized that due to a lockdown, the food bank also had to reach out to new communities that we had not previously approached. We further encouraged the recipients to return any items that they hadn't used and began working with local restaurants and supermarkets to collect leftover bread and other perishable items to make as little waste as possible. Also, during Ramadan, we started this momentous effort to collect leftover food from mosques, restaurants, and iftars, repackage the food, and distribute it to others. Instead of throwing this food away, we avoided wastefulness by collecting food packagings and distributing them to those with little food. Doing so resulted in less food and increasing the accessibility of food. It's a very simple thing. I know many people do it already, but to me, it brought it to light. Having to sort of coordinate the scale of this across a reluctant community in East London was something that was quite eye-opening. We should encourage further sustainable action within our communities. Being a committed Muslim means being committed to the environment. The two should certainly go hand in hand. Activists, religious leaders, businessmen, all community members should work together to push back against this challenge. We need to approach the issue holistically. As a community, we've also been very good at building religious institutions and structures around the world. We've been quite good at that. We also have been involved in many initiatives to help our communities and societies as a whole. But now those very same structures that we've built across the West, whether that be mosques and Islamic institutions or other institutions, wherever we are, I think all need to be pivoted in the green direction, and it's to be a conversation that we all need to have together. One of the most important landmark movements towards Islamic green future is eco-mosques. There's one in Germany that I'm sure you know, the one in Cambridge that I'm sure you all know about. Also, our friend Tanju Dogani in Germany is doing fantastic work in putting solar panels on mosques and Islamic schools. These cases can become examples of how mosques and community members can be at the forefront of educating, leading future generations towards a green future. We should also inspire the youth who are not only going to inherit the earth, but they will also be drivers of the Islamic economy moving forward. These young people are active on social media and connect with individuals all over the world. The rise of this new social media generation has made it very easy for youth to impact globally through platforms such as Instagram or TikTok. They can use these platforms to share locally learned lessons and best practices. My company, for instance, at the moment is running a major campaign on behalf of a client in Southeast Asia, where we are going across traditional, all the traditional means of traditional media, lobbying, PR, but actually the piece that's having the most impact is our Instagram work and our work with influencers and our work talking about sustainability and environment. So I think, you know, empowering and giving the right resources to the right young people to talk about these things can have a massive impact. I work a lot with the OIC and I work a lot with intergovernmental Muslim bodies. So I feel that we definitely need an OIC level conference task force to look at these issues, so we can imagine a more regional and local events to find solutions for the climate change crisis. Many of these steps can then be implemented through local institutions, but I think I'll close on that thought, that we do need a more coordinated international action, and I'm glad that it's beginning to happen. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Brother Mudassir Ahmed, for that insightful keynote presentation. One of the important takeaways for me, and me being a proxy for a lot of us, is climate change has no borders. It doesn't recognize faith. It doesn't recognize cultures. We are all impacted by it, and therefore we need to work together. So thank you very, very much for your insights. Wish you a great day ahead. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next keynote speaker is the gentleman that Brother Mudassir spoke about, Brother Tanju. His bio is obviously here as a background. It is my first conversation with him that inspired this event. So Brother Tanju, thank you very much for inspiring us and sparking us to think beyond ourselves and about the usual scenarios and start thinking from the green lens, including the Islamic economy. Briefly, Brother Tanju, he studied industrial engineering with an honor first-class degree in the area of applied sciences, graduated in 2010, expertise in the field of project development, management, sustainability, environmental protection, building technology, so on and so forth. Brother Tanju works as a consultant, entrepreneur, and speaker, and his bio is extremely long, so I'll stop right there and turn it over to Brother Tanju. Brother Tanju, the microphone is yours, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, all. I hope you are well, and I have your blessing Ramadan, blessed Ramadan. So I would like to share my my slides. One moment. Could I have the
Yes.
hello? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Siddiqui, for for the organization and the whole team. Yeah, I have a short time, so I would like to start with the Greek philosopher Epictetus, he once said, "It is not the sayings what is lacking, the books are full of them. What is lacking are people who apply them." And this is exactly why I would like to start today. Our campaign. I would like to tell you why the Green Iftar campaign is necessary and in the 21st century, and what we can each do about it. Green Iftar is a campaign of our nonprofit organization, Nur Energy, that I founded in 2010. But let's talk about food waste. We are faced with the global problem that 1 in 3 food items is wasted. This is equivalent to 1.3 billion tons of wasted food. It's so unbelievable. And at the same time, 800 million undernourished people live on the same planet. This waste is equivalent to an incredible 3.3 billion tons of carbon dioxide. And this is a major contributor to climate change. So we are in Ramadan and we do iftars. Maybe in another way as before the pandemic. But how do our iftars look like? Tons of food waste and damage to Allah's creation. For example, through pesticides and masses of plastic waste. And how can all this environmental pollution and food wastage possibly be in line with our blessed Ramadan? Ramadan, a month with spiritual reflection, self-improvement, and eternal devotion and worship. So let's ask, how can we host iftars that cause more harm than good for Allah's creation? And the Quran has labeled the people who waste and are extravagant as the brothers of Satan, and they are ungrateful and sinner. So when fasting is one of the highest acts of worship, therefore it deserves a mindful iftar. And how we can reach a mindful iftar? And are our iftars a part of the problem or a part of the solution? And our campaign, Green Iftar, is an option to be a part of a solution. It's a global campaign by Muslims for Muslims. It makes iftar special, sustainable, and impactful, inspires and motivates Muslims to think and act in a sustainable way, builds an international community of Muslims who are visionaries and role models. As a managing team of Nur Energy, we collect and publicize the valuable results and innovation within the campaign. And we developed, therefore, 9 Green Iftar goals. These goals provide a framework for all participants to implement a Green Iftar. What connects them are the implemented Green Iftar goals. In this campaign, we speak of a Green Iftar when the fast is broken according to the Green Iftar goals. And a short way is we say on a gig, the gigs. And it's up to you to implement 1 or 9 goals. No, there are no specifications for the number of gigs to be implemented. And we say, better to start with only 1 gig instead of not being there at all. The gigs are simple, practical, and universal. And there are more Green Iftar tools that we developed in the last years. So one of our tool is the guide. So for every gig, there are tips and links and so on, and you can download on our website greeniftar.com, also in English. And we have a video. We developed a video. You can watch it on YouTube. I will share it. I will share it in the chat, the link after the presentation. Yeah, and there is a website, greeniftar.com, and also we developed, we established our social media channel 8 weeks ago, and now we have on Instagram 1,700 followers in a very quick short time. And as Brother Mudassar mentioned, yeah, there's a huge potential on social media, and to collaborate and to to work together with, especially with the youth. Yeah, these tools are very powerful, and they help us to expand the campaign, not only in Germany, also worldwide, inshallah. The guide and the video was funded by the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, and we're really proud of them. And for more information to join, follow us on Instagram, Greeniftar, or on our website, greeniftar.com. In the next slide, I would like to show you some figures. 2 years ago, before COVID, Greeniftar saved over 100,000 plastic items in 30 days in Germany and Switzerland. 11 mosques and 17 university groups participated in the campaign. And one mosque alone has saved 10,000 plastic cups in 30 days. 10,000 plastic cups during Ramadan. Greeniftar contributes to achieve 7 SDGs. Yeah, these are the SDGs we implement with Greeniftar together for a just world that protects people and their environment. What is our vision? The vision is to see green iftars everywhere iftars are shared. And the Green Iftar community is really special with Muslims with high principles and values. Just do it. Yeah, let's bring Green Iftar in your city, in your country, inshallah. What are the next steps? The Green Iftar app. Imagine you are in another country, another city during Ramadan and would like to meet like-minded Muslims with high values and principles. Muslims and mosques share their iftars on a sustainable way. The app will show you these locations and more. An app to connect, inspire, and build a community with visionaries and role models for a better future. So, as I mentioned, let's bring your Green Iftar in your city, in your country, and this is the first part of my or Green Iftar is one part of my talk. I would like to share you one more project as mentioned, Brother Mudassar Green Mosque. Because we are pioneers in Germany. Our NGO has many other interesting projects such as solar panels on mosque roofs. The photo shows our first project in Germany from 2012, so almost 10 years ago. This photovoltaic system is almost 20 kilowatt and produced 20,000 kilowatt hour of electricity per year. This is equivalent to the annual electricity consumption of about 6 private households. The mosque uses part of the electricity itself and feeds the surplus into the grid. For the sale of electricity, the mosque receives about 5,000 euro per year. With a payback period of 7 years and the lifespan of about 25 years, this was a really good investment in the future. the environment with a clean air and without pollution, and an invest in the Akhirah. So yeah, for more information, contact us or visit our website. Thank you for your attention.
Brother Tanju, thank you very, very much for sharing your insights, your passion, your commitment, and your dedication to the Ramadan. You said something that is deeply insightful that I wanted to reshare with our panelists and our guests is fasting is one of the highest forms of worship, and we should be conscious of a mindful iftar. I thought that was an absolutely excellent point that you raised, and your work, especially with the app and the donations. Please, everyone, we must support such great initiatives. And then your great work with respect to the green mosques, 5,000 euros that mosques makes, 7-year payback and 25-year lifespan. The numbers speak for themselves. Thank you, Brother Tanju, very, very much for sharing with us. We obviously pray for your success, and your success is the success of this particular space. So thank you very, very much. And now we turn to our event, the Green Iftar event. Our first speaker, whom I've known for more than a decade, Datin Masna Mahbub. She is one of my mentors when I was more involved in this space working for an index provider. I learned a lot from her. She's done some pioneering work and research in the Islamic asset management space. And I had asked her if she could share with us her experience, her thoughts, and the way forward for Islamic ESG investing. Datin Masna, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, thank you so much, Rushdie and the iPortal team for inviting me to be part of the panel today in this topic of Green Iftar, which has been very close to my heart as well. My background has largely been across a whole spectrum of investments, including Islamic, but since retirement from Aminvest CEO, I would say I have focused more on Islamic, particularly as a partner in Strategic Swiss Partners and as a board member and investment committee of BIMB Invest, which is, I believe, the only Islamic plus ESG fund management house in the world. Yes, I know there are many Islamic fund managers and there are many ESG fund managers. But I believe BIMB Invest is the only Islamic and fully ESG fund managers, which they follow these principles in all their funds and investments. So as such, has continued to be a part of my interest. Okay, so perhaps I will share a little bit about some of the particular characteristics of ESG portfolios in particular, which is very interesting. Yeah. For example, if you compare a little bit with Islamic investments, Islamic investments basically traditionally has been very much been on an exclusion basis of significant of sectors which are non-compliant with Sharia principles. For example, those which have a significant financial sector. Then, and because of this, the exclusion of the financial sector, by default, they tend to be overweight in other sectors, in particular the technology sector, provided that the methodology is has screened out the cash as a percentage of market cap as opposed to assets. So technology and energy would be relatively more overweight than conventional portfolios. So as a result of this, the what do you call it? The technology sector in the last few years, in particular, would have added a lot more in performance in conventional portfolios. However, this is offset by the negative impact of the energy, which has suffered as a result of the whole global movement towards climate change and green energy. So, so it has in general outperformed the conventional. However, if you combine it with ESG factors, it would be enhanced even more. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So if we analyze what is actually driving the ESG value add, later I will share with you how, while the Sharia portfolios have outperformed conventional indices, the ESG portfolios have outperformed even more. Yeah. And it is interesting that the ESG portfolio is actually correlated with superior stock valuations, superior earnings, superior dividend yields, and superior earning stability. In terms of, from the style factor perspective, we find that the ESG portfolios are negatively related to value. Yeah, so these are interesting characteristics. And from the size perspective, the ESG portfolios are skewed towards bigger cap stocks rather than smaller cap, thus adding very much to the liquidity of the portfolios. Both ESG and Sharia portfolios have proven to be more resilient and less volatile than conventional portfolios. Here, we would like to highlight that the AUM for ESG funds have multiplied exponentially, especially during the last few years, as opposed to the stagnation of Islamic portfolios. Now, where is all this demand coming from? Demand from investors themselves as a result of awareness about the green about the greening of the world and the climate change, requirement by regulators as they all jump on the bandwagon, whether they are central banks, capital market regulators, and stock market regulators, the large asset managers who've all signed on for the United Nations principles responsible investing group, which is the UNPRI. And then also not to forget the source of alpha, because the value add of investing in an ESG way itself has actually added value in terms of return, higher return, and less volatility to investors. So as such, I mean, there has been this global movement, which has been very strong over the last few years, really surpassing the growth in just Sharia investments per se. And this is very largely because ESG investments has been very much a result of positive screening towards these principles of ESG, whereas both, if you look at it historically, both started out with negative screening in its early days. Yeah, ESG investing actually, well, they call it ethical investing in the old days, very much similar to Sharia investments from even the 1920s. And very much the methodologies were negative screening for characteristics, which same thing, like gambling, alcohol, weapons, tobacco, except for riba, I suppose. So they were more similar in the old days. But I think ESG investing developed more so during the last decade, with having very much positive screening for all the ESG factors in terms of environment, social responsibility, governance, transparency. And these factors are very much aligned, totally aligned with Islamic principles. So more and more, it's natural, very natural for Sharia investing to be combined and to adopt these positive screenings of ESG as well into their Sharia portfolios. And as such, I will share later, by doing this, in fact, is even more Islamic, because even in the principles in Islam, we are not just supposed to abstain from negative things. We are actually supposed to be very proactive in pursuing the activities which are in line with Islamic principles for humanity, for the earth, for our environment, and all those things. So, in fact, by combining Sharia and ESG is actually more Islamic than otherwise, or in fact, it may be even better than ESG alone, or better than Sharia alone. Okay. However, in concept, it is easier said than done. There are still so many challenges in implementing integrating these ESG into the investment portfolios. Obviously, because of its newness, and because everybody is working on their own with different principles and different preferences, there is still a non-standardization of ESG screening methodologies, and it's likely that it will continue to be so for some time, as investors have different preferences that they want to focus on. And another factor is that if you look at the performance of ESG portfolios, they actually have a very low correlation between one another as a result of these diverse methodologies. So it could be confusing for, let's say, for a Sharia investor, or even for a non-Sharia investor, a conventional investor, to start thinking about, yes, we want to go more towards ESG investing. You have to consider so many aspects. The data, how broad-based is the data? You have to consider the factors that you want to screen for. In terms of the weights, would you consider the materiality of each of those factors towards returns? Would you want to consider whether to exclude a certain level of scores of ESG companies, for example? Or would you like it to be more on a weighting basis for each factor? So these are all the considerations. Or do you want to have thematic portfolios focusing on your particular interest or passion in the ESG focus? So these are all the many things, but basically I think the largest hurdle to overcome is your methodology. You have to think it through, and there are many data vendors out there, many service providers out there now, which can help you with different methodologies. Some are more prescriptive than others. Some are more flexible than others. each of them with different scope of coverage, some more emphasized towards the developing world, some more towards the emerging markets in Asia, and also some more subjective in their research, some more quantitative in terms of using artificial intelligence, able to sift through more data and picking up the patterns of materiality. A case in point with this regard, maybe Arabesque. I think they have their tool kit for ESG screening called S-Ray, I think. And they are more quantitative than others, I think, because, yeah. And then there are other providers, for example, Ideal Ratings, yeah, which have many analysts looking at the various companies and all that. So another handicap is the access to data. You know, some have some service providers have systems which have access to all this public information databases and everything, on their systems. But the more subjective ones would be dependent on on research data and sometimes even surveys. And these surveys may not be uniform, as many of these surveys are on disclosure basis. So it may not be light with light comparison, that kind of thing. And also, another aspect is from the regulatory point of view of the, let's say, the stock market regulations. Different stock markets, different markets have different regulations. Some are more prescriptive, meaning you have to disclose your level of ESG commitment in your annual report, whereas others are very much on a voluntary basis. So, it's kind of it's not level. I mean, when you're doing global investments and you're comparing one market and another, it's not a level playing field. So you have to sort of navigate all this. You have to consider all these factors when you want to seriously adopt ESG into your portfolios. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here I would like to share some of the research that we have done comparing S&P, the global conventional, the global Sharia, the global ESG, and a mixture of the global ESG plus Sharia. Okay. So the next one. Here you can see the 5-year performance of S&P indices, the 4 indices. Yeah. If you obviously it is very apparent. Oops, go back to the S&P. It's very apparent that the ESG, it has surpassed the Sharia by a lot, whereas both have surpassed the conventional. Yeah, but you can see how much the Sharia portfolios can be enhanced by adopting ESG. So something that is definitely should not be ignored, and at least we can be comforted by when the Sharia portfolio is not only enhanced in terms of performance, but you're actually being more proactive in your positive screening for Islamic values. So the next one is a comparison using the Dow Jones indices. Yeah. So similarly, the global, the Islamic, the Dow Jones sustainability as a representation. Okay. Here you can see the same pattern. Obviously, from a fund management perspective, we always have to think in the interests of our investors. And obviously, the investors, it would be in their interest to include ESG into their Sharia portfolios. And at the same time, you will be adding value to humanity and the world. And I would like to share a little bit more on the missing, the gaps that we see in terms of Sharia ESG instruments, I would say. There is a gap in the conventional capital markets, especially the last few years. There have been a very strong growth in venture debt. Which has been investing in startups. And many of these startups are technology based. Many of them are could be ESG related in food, in healthcare, in green technology. So yet this asset class is very much sadly undeveloped in the Islamic capital market. And I've always wondered about this, but I realized that it's certainly not from the perspective of structuring, because I spoke to many in investment bankers and corporate finance structures, that to structure such, how do you say, sukuks, I would say the word sukuks, because it's sort of like an Islamic debt instrument, which are most shorter term in nature, skewed towards startups rather than government risks or a big cap risk, and less about large infrastructure. It's very possible, and in fact, this would be this would fill the gap very much for in terms of returns for the investors, because the returns will be higher, obviously, than the normal sukuks, and maybe less volatile than the the stock market. And
if I can interrupt, I'm sorry, Datin. I'm
yes.
sorry. If you can please just sum up, we've got to go to the next speaker. I apologize.
Okay, sorry about that. So yes, so thank you very much. But that's that last bit that I was trying to share, whether these sukuks, this new kind of sukuks, is very much needed to fill that gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datin. Please don't go away. We've got some questions for you after the next two speakers, so please don't go away. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Datin. Our next speaker is a colleague, a friend. We've traveled together, talked about Muslim travel on many flights and destinations. Brother Fazal, he is the go-to person, and his firm, Crescent Ratings and Halal Trip, are the go-to entities for data, information, insights, and the way forward for the Muslim travel market. I've asked him to talk about the greening of the Muslim travel market. So, Brother Fazal, to you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum to all of you. Ramadan Mubarak, everybody. Trust everybody's having a good Ramadan. Thanks, Rushdie and iPortal for having me today. So I thought I'll just briefly talk a little bit about them, some of the trends that we have seen in the Muslim market when it comes to sustainable tourism or whatever. We have different names on that. So just to recap a little bit, travel industry was growing pretty well until 2019. 2020, of course, we had, travel industry was probably the worst hit. Our concerns became pandemic, COVID, lockdown, all kinds of stuff. Travel has basically come to a standstill, right? We really don't know when travel would really come back. There'll be some level of coming back probably end of this year, next year, but really, when will we get back to some sort of normalcy, whether it's 23, 24, we don't know. we are now, the industry is concerned about, building confidence, building trust with travelers. Definitely going to be a lot of competition, safeguarding of health, all kinds of other concerns. However, if you go back to 2019, our concerns were completely different. Our concerns were over tourism, overcrowding, and the whole discussion on sustainable tourism was very, very, very relevant, very, I would say, very hot, leading up to 2019. Yeah, so of course we have a disruption with COVID. Having said that, yeah, as I said, even before COVID-19 started, we have already seen that the global trend of social awareness, and when it comes to the Muslim travelers with their Islamic faith, they were already there is a growing number of travelers who are looking at getting much more conscious about social impact and sustainability and community and all that. So we saw that already, and that's why in our report. So this is a report that we released in our main report that we release every year, Global Muslim Travel Index. So when we define the next phase of halal travel, this was in April 2019. We identified that next phase will be one of the key drivers of next phase will be social activism. So technology, social activism, demographics, environment. Environment covers not the environment as we know, but I mean the socioeconomic environment as well. But social activism was definitely something that we already noticed happening among the younger Muslim travelers. And actually we have reported in other reports of ours, in terms of, we do a trends report every year, and we identified a number of trends when it comes to social activism, community consciousness while traveling and all that. So this was, as I said, already we had identified that, and it was a general global phenomenon anyway. We also in 2019, April, when we released our Global Muslim Travel Index. By the way, that's as I said, that's our annual report, which we normally release every April, where we rank 130 countries on how Muslim friendly they are. We did not release last year, 2020, because of the COVID situation, but we are planning to release GMTI 2021 in July this year. Coming back to 2019 GMTI, so we also wanted to develop, halal travel development goals. So we identified 5 development goals, which will help the industry to start, when they use this to develop their services and products and all that. And one of the things, and this is also based on the trends that we saw, is that one of the halal travel development goals should be well-being and sustainable tourism. Recognize the responsibility that we have on the communities, on the environment, and build products and services which align with these concerns. So and then one more thing that we also did again 2019. So this was what we developed, what we call the faith-based needs of Muslim travelers. This we published in 2019. It's almost 12 years ago. And then we identified 6 key service needs of Muslim travelers. It's the priority was halal food and prayer facilities. The second priority was, water-friendly washrooms, Ramadan services, and priority 3 was having facilities with non-halal activities or recreational facilities with privacy and all that. What we did in 2019 was we did we wanted to relook at this whole model that we developed at that time 10 years ago, and asking different questions as to what's important now as you travel. And if you see that, you see 2 things here. One is that social causes came in as one of the key things that is important when you travel. Local Muslim experiences, going back to giving back to the local communities, and of course no Islamophobia. So this, yeah, as Islamophobia is getting higher. But I wanted to sort of highlight our what we call faith-based needs 2.0, where we identified through a very intensive survey with Muslim travelers that social causes and local Muslim experiences were key in their travel considerations. Yeah. So that's basically going back to 2019. I mean, COVID crisis definitely has disrupted the whole travel industry. However, we have not done the analysis yet, and we are planning to do it as part of our 2021 GMTI. But the feeling that we have, I mean, as I said, it's a qualitative feeling. It's not a quantitative driven thing. That the community consciousness is probably higher due to all the issues that we have seen, safety, communities being broken down, disrupted. So I think community consciousness is higher. The younger generation will be definitely the change agents, and that is what we have seen before. And going forward, I think that they'll play a key role. And they're all, you know, we once again, these are qualitative observations. That we believe that there'll be more interest in, you know, meaningful experiences. What do you mean by meaningful experiences? Sort of, you know, immersive local cultural experiences, which are, you know, ethical, sustainable. And there's more and more. I mean, I see with my staff as well, who are younger staff, and they are definitely looking at, you know, they are conscious about the environment. They want to contribute back to the local communities. They want to buy local as well, you know, make a positive impact when they travel to the communities. So I think that the whole trend has, in our opinion, has increased. And when travel really starts at some point in time, I think we will see more, especially the younger population, younger Muslim travelers, much more socially conscious, much more community conscious when they travel, and want that travels to be much more meaningful. Yeah, so if you want more information, you know, of course, Rushdie knows we have developed many reports over the past years. We probably have released about 20 plus reports, and we were on the verge of doing a report on ethics and sustainability at the end of 2019, and we put a hold on it. Hopefully we'll actually, we even ran the survey. We probably have 500 plus results and respondents, but we just paused it. We'll come back to that probably in 2022. Yeah, however, there are many other reports, especially the reports under the economies, which are Halal Travel Frontier reports, which we already have identified some of these trends among Muslim travelers in terms of sustainability, awareness, and all that. I think, yeah, if you want more resources on what we do, you know, we have an app, Halal Trip, which gives, well, not really sustainability information, but other Muslim-friendly information. We do a lot of work with a lot of destinations around the world, and now more and more we are integrating these discussions into our work that we do with destinations. We do work with many destinations across the world, actually, in terms of helping them to understand the pulse of the Muslim travelers, what they need to do in order to capture this market, both from education, both capability building, capacity building, and in terms of marketing and promotion. Yes, that's a brief look at travel. As we know, as I say, we currently travel is probably the most unknown space when it comes to what future will look like. You know, we have some indications how it will look like. How much will the behavior change? Will it really change? And everybody says change. I mean, we are all you know, crystal balling now. You know, we don't have. I mean, we have some answers, I would say, but it's still some way to go before we understand what the COVID would have, how the COVID would have impacted, especially the behavior of travelers in general and Muslim travelers in particular. Thanks, Rushdie.
Thank you, Brother Faisal, very much. Please stay for several more minutes because we've got some questions for you. So after our next speaker, We will break for a 15-minute Q&A. So please don't go away. Thank you very much for sharing with us your insights into this space. It's fascinating. Our next speaker is someone who I've gotten to know in the last couple of months, Sister Wan Faram, energetic, excited, and a very committed individual to the startup, social impact startup, and the startup ecosystem. We are very pleased to have her here. Her bio is there, and in the interest of listening to what she wants to talk about, which is social impact startups in the Muslim world, an area that's getting now more air cover. I think there's no better person to talk about that than Wan Farah. Wan Farah, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rushdie, for this privilege to be part of this very esteemed and learned crowd. Let me just share my screen for a bit. Assalamualaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for having me again. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And today I will explain a little bit more about social impact and how it affects us all, social impact startups in the Muslim world. As a background, I am actually involved in fund management, fund management industry in Malaysia. And we can actually see the social impact definition is activities done by organizations or individuals that affects the surrounding community. It may be there is activity. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, please continue.
Okay. It may be the result of an activity, project, program, or policy, and the impact can be intentional or unintentional, as well as positive or negative. The issues and problem statements regarding this area, the lack of awareness on how to solve and know how to solve pressing economic issues. Issues stems from poverty, low social economy, lack of access to quality education. A lot of business shut down, and lots of people lost their jobs during COVID and loss of income. So social impact enterprises or business have been around even before COVID, but we actually need them even more now, because they are addressing the problems and areas of needs where other organizations are more inclined towards profit making. So, but they actually have provisions to actually help some of these companies. Now people stay longer at home, and this results in higher electricity consumption, higher bills, and this is not good for environment. And now also we have restricted movement, slowdown in the businesses and education process. There's also a lot of usage on the non-recyclable material which pollutes the environment. This is something like the mask and everything, you know, the ones that we are wearing. Right? So the solution is that social impact enterprises, we actually get help to where it is needed the most. Alhamdulillah, in Malaysia, there has been a lot of initiatives to forward social impact businesses. There were initiatives done by the government under Magic. There's a list of more than 1,000 companies doing social impact there. And also, to be fair, there's also the Impact Malaysia. There's a lot of companies doing social impact. But this, I would like to emphasize that this is a collective effort by everyone. There's no one too small or too big to actually participate, to be part of this collective effort. So we can actually address the gaps in the deployment of the activities, to be sent out to those who need them. So efforts by social impact enterprises to enable economic continuity and sustain livelihood. This is enabled by the gig economy, as you can see. I will elaborate later. And e-commerce allows people who lost their jobs to be online sellers, provide businesses and job opportunities. And we also practice inclusivity. And this allows for the population to be demarginalized society by granting equal access to opportunities. And social impact also allows for democratization of access to financing, democratize the healthcare, the education, the startup funding, the AI and blockchain. And so I was thinking, what makes for a good social impact business or startup? I don't think it's just only to give out charity or just dispense all the supplies that we need of a medical situation or an emergency. It's rather it is teaching a man like an individual how to fish, and so that they can get the supply, get the help that they need all lifelong. So it's teaching a man a man or woman how to fish, right? So understanding the real needs of the society and addressing the pain points, the root of cause, and to come up with effective products and solutions to real life problems, to have access to customer target market data. And this I would like to echo what Datin Masnah just now said. That's really apt because when you have the customer data, it can enable you to actually morph into something much bigger, and you can actually make the business more scalable and more sustainable. And you also helping a strong branding presence and strong distribution network also helps, and is to enable a better state of economy and well-being for the community and the population at large. So the current trends that will be big for social impact, I see that the decentralized finance, DeFi, this will have massive impact on world economies, how business are being done, the future of banking, impact on artist community, arts, collectibles, and NFTs, where arts can be sold on platforms like OpenSea, Variable, and you get paid in Ethereum. This actually uplifts the creative community a lot. And there's also artificial intelligence, whereby when you apply this to your business in terms of reporting or processes, it saves a lot of time. It saves a lot of man hours when they actually put in the solutions into whatever processes that you have, and the blockchain and smart contracts too. And then there's the e-commerce and inclusive digital economy. So in addressing social needs and making an impact, when we see the diversity in action, which are the focus areas that social impact companies can involve themselves at, is actually to enable access to education. Companies like Coursera or Malaysian open source, there's a MOOC. And then there's also food security, there's eradicating poverty, addressing loss of jobs and creating businesses. I think this can fall under My Future Jobs. And then there's also climate action. And then going on, all of these efforts are also global goals SDG friendly. Easier access to healthcare and well-being, decent work and economic growth, using technology and innovation to create a positive impact, and access to affordable and clean energy and responsible consumption and production. So these are just some of the companies. This is just a scratching on the iceberg. I had to put iPortal in because I think that you're so significant to the development of a social impact. And we, being the venture capital fund management company, we will, inshallah, allot a portion of our asset allocation to invest into social impact startups. And Fintera is our partner in providing social solution for blockchain. They also have Wakaf chain. They also have like investment opportunity for environment involved in Polonia plant. And Dialytics is actually a company. We actually put the AI into the dialysis machine and make it affordable for the B40 groups. And Restore and Rebuild is actually under MyFinB. This is actually integrated financial reporting using AI. So what causes an accountant to spend more than 2 weeks can be solved in a mere few hours when you use AI in your integrated financial reporting. And they also have the Restore and Rebuild to help companies come back up after COVID. Yeah. And UIP is an effort to actually put an AI into the universities, and so far 30 universities have signed up for this. Alhamdulillah, there's also Launch Good, and this is such a good platform to be knowing. They have around 7,000 projects in social impact, social projects that you can actually participate in this holy month of Ramadan. And then you have this mybali.com, which is an effort under PPIM to promote Muslim sellers to sell their goods. Yeah. And here We also see Athena. Athena actually provides sanitary products for girls, underprivileged girls. They've gone so far as to Africa. And Emirat has done a massive, great job during COVID to dispense help to the hospitals and frontline workers. And Seeing Blue is actually a company based in Mauritius doing cleaning of the ocean, creating awareness and education for the the ocean's cleanliness. So I just have to throw in Grab here because this is something that we can learn. Grab is not a startup and it's actually not owned by Muslims, but we can learn a lot from them. And they have actually also benefited a lot of Muslim workers actually. So how Grab is able to morph from such as an e-hailing company to a food delivery company is because they have a lot of customer data. Yeah. So they have tackled a lot of areas, whereas we can learn a lot from them. So in terms of social impact, they have a report and they have done all these initiatives over the years. They have this buy one share one, where when we actually order something, we can actually also buy something for our rider. And they're also employing people with disabilities and have supporting kits for them. And then they also create a lot of jobs for the frontline delivery workers, helping small and traditional businesses go online. And this is the social impact crowdfunding platform called Launch Good. Please do drop by to this platform. It is really good. They have a lot of projects, around 7,000, ranging from building water wells and then building schools, helping those in Yemen and Syria, and fidya for the underprivileged people in Indonesia. There's a lot of good dispense from this platform. So this is Fintera, and I see them leading the way in blockchain technology, social wakaf, and sustainable ventures. And they support the SDG 1, 2, 3, 9, 11, 13, and 15. And they have a wakaf chain that contributes to social impact, alleviating poverty, reducing hunger, good health, and well-being. I think I'm short of time to play the video, but later on, if you're interested, I can actually share these slides with you. And this one, we heard that what happened to India, and for those who wants to contribute oxygen, you can access Milap or GoFundMe. And I think we as a collective also, we can try to do some fundraising. And it is said that if anyone save a life, it would be as if he saved the whole of humanity. Yes. So this is a good place where you can actually help to contribute as well, inshallah, in the month of Ramadan. And for this one, there's some links to impact initiatives. This is actually a guy whose name is Sujana Rajab, and he created prosthetic arms just learning over Google, and he used a 3D printer to do this. Yeah, and this video itself will take around 4 minutes, so I think we will spare that for now. And this video, Clean Ocean. They actually built something like a huge, like a ship to go through the Klang River to clean up the river. It's called the Interceptor. So all of this, I believe, is in line with the SDG goals. From number 1, 2, and then 4. I believe all of us are involved in number 17. Yeah. Okay, and these are some of the initiatives that we have done to actually support all this. And I think I've come to the end of my slides. And please do get in touch with me, and let's get connected, because I think there's so much more to cover actually than just this. Thank you so much for listening, and I wish you all a good day and have a blessed Ramadan.
Thank you, Sister Wan Farah, for your enthusiastic presentation and your passion about the subject and your insights. Very, very much appreciated this. At this point in time, we've got about 10 minutes or so for Q&A. So Wan Farah, you are on here. Brother Fazal and Datan, you're also here, I hope, for questions?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
wonderful. Excellent. So I've got some questions to start it off. I'll ask each one of you a question and then please answer in the order that I've asked. So, Datan, with respect to Islamic ESG, you may have Islamic ESG funds in the Muslim world. However, money is invested in the G20 countries where there's data on these companies who are basically compliant to ESG. How do we basically move the conversation to where the companies in the Muslim world, where there's stock exchanges, they have to start to conform to Islamic ESG principles? So that's to you. Brother Fazal, question to you is, what regions and within what region, what countries do you expect Muslim tourism, Muslim travel to rise? Is that going to be a function of vaccinations throughout the country? Wanfar, question to you. For a lot of these social impact startups, the challenge is always scaling, right? And one aspect of scaling is basically customers. And then that scaling obviously helps with respect to raising follow-on capital. So what things can a social impact startup do to make itself more attractive to a larger universe of customers? So those are three questions to each one of you. If Datan, you can start off, and then Wanfara, and then Brother Fazal.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Most of the global Islamic ESG portfolios are very it's much easier to do, to get a universe, of course, because of the quantitative screening that you have for developed markets. However, it is more challenging for smaller markets in the region, in the Islamic economies, and so it is, and they are very diverse between one another. For example, in Malaysia, yes, it is true. I saw the comment from Rizwan Malik that they have the screen, the universe that investors can look at in terms of the ESG and the Sharia universe. So that would be very helpful. But most of the investments now are diversified across countries. So between one country and another, the standards, may not be comparable. I think so. That would be the issue. So we take what we can because, unlike Sharia screening is much more developed, and therefore, because of the big like S&P and the Dow Jones universe, and people like that, and Morgan Stanley, there are comparable standards among the different countries. But ESG, yes, each bourse, each stock market, or each regulator in the different countries would have the different methodology. So I think that is where the challenge is, and one of the things, okay, example, let's talk about, let's say, Top Glove. Top Glove was ESG compliant, So, and then, yeah, we all know what happened. So it's sort of like not picked up for some reason. So these are the issues. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We've got a follow-up question to that. It was sent to me privately. The concept of greenwashing, you're well aware of it. It's just a PR stunt for some companies who are interested in ESG. How do we flush out greenwashing with companies who say and shout about ESG but do very little?
to me, I think that if the regulators had a stronger hand rather than sort of like encouraging a soft approach. If they had a stronger hand that they actually disclose certain things, certain standards in their annual report, and if they were, you know, they were their practice is different from their disclosure, there should be repercussions. I think that would be one, give more confidence to investors. Two, especially in I would say in emerging economies, in developing countries, I think they need these firmer measures as they transition, towards a new, how do you say, a new ethos, you know. So anything too voluntary is difficult in emerging economies.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sister Wan Farah, the question to you was these social impact startups, how can they help themselves to scaling? And should they link themselves to the SDGs? Because that would open up a universe of more customers and potentially more investors.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Rushdie. Yes, I definitely believe so that they should identify themselves with one or two or more SDG efforts. And also what I think would help them to scale better is to also get in touch with the relevant distribution channel partners who are also familiar with what they are doing, so that actually they can collaborate and collaborate and get together with the ecosystem players is very important, because when you get more coverage and you get more attention to what you are doing, so that will actually get them to where they need to go. So they will have to perhaps share a bit of what they're doing, even though some of them, they might not want to share too much because of proprietary data and all that, but they should share what the good things that they are doing, so that they can get to where they want to go. And they should also come up with relevant and relevant solutions and engage their customers as well. So I think that's the short of it for now. Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you, Sister Wan Farah. Brother Fazil, shall I repeat my question?
No, it's okay. Fine. No,
Okay,
it's okay, because I don't have an answer to that. I think I probably I'll have a better answer. Let me explain a bit more. I probably have a better answer maybe in July, because we are doing that analysis on those on exactly what you mentioned in terms of outbound markets and inbound markets. In the ranking that we are doing this year, we are adding health safety as one of the subcategories within our ACES model. ACES is a model that we use to rank countries, which we collect about 40 data sets to rank countries. And we are going to add a subcategory, health, where we are going to look at vaccination rollouts, COVID cases, active cases, prevention measures and things like that. So, so as I said, I don't have an exact answer, but having said that, I mean, at least initially, it will very much depend on vaccination rollout. Both the outbound market and the inbound market needs to have some level of vaccination rollouts for it to really work. And it will, yeah, as I said, it will we need to really look at that. I mean, travel will start happening, a few people will start traveling with certain precautions, but if you want some level of leisure travel, you need to have vaccination rolled out in both the outbound market and the destination itself. So I probably have a better answer to you, Dr. Rushdie, by July when we answer, because we're really going to study what we call the corridor economy as countries are building travel corridors, travel bubbles, and then we are going to put some effort into understanding what's the worth of those corridors in terms of travel market. Yeah.
Excellent. We look forward to, anxiously look forward to the study in July, I believe. Juan Farah, I got a question privately directed towards you, and the question is basically these social impact startups, how can they adhere to zero waste and zero emissions in their operations?
Okay, that is quite a technical question for now. Can I get back on that? Because I'm not really, a technical person to answer that question. I believe it is for a more technical person to answer that.
No problem. Also, Juan Farah, you will please share the links to your videos on the chat in the interest of time. I'd like to thank all our three initial panelists, so thank you very much. I'd also, in the interest of time, like to move on to our next speaker, who is actually a mentor, if you will, for me when I first started in this business, Professor Dr. Tariqullah Khan. The gentleman does not need an introduction, and I've learned a lot from him. He's on a number of WhatsApp group. He started one called Green Islamic Finance, reached the maximum number within a few short days. Professor Tariqullah will talk about, amongst other things, transitioning Islamic finance, Islamic economy to the green space. So Professor Tariqullah, the microphone's yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Brother Siddiqui and other colleagues and friends all over the world. I am in Toronto and it is early in the morning time. And Ramadan Kareem to all of you. If I can put up my presentation, I will make a brief presentation, but I am used to this what we call, as a professor, I am used to the presentations, but if you want to help me to put it on, that's okay also.
Ali, can you please...
Professor, you can share your screen. On the bottom, there is a button called share screen. You can...
Yeah, there is a share screen, but it is not appearing when I...
Okay, let me play it for you then. Okay. Hold on.
So anyway, if by the time you will put it on, I can start talking.
Yes.
Yeah. So it is here. It is very, very simple, which I agreed to speak about green economic transformation and the role of Islamic finance in it. So basically, let us raise the question that what do we mean by green economic transformation? So please, I request all of you to keep my background in your perspective. I am an academic and I am a professor, and I am extremely enthusiastic and interested in bringing all these good ideas of the Green Iftar and the other presentations. My role is to bring all this into the classroom in an academic way. So please keep that in mind. If we can summarize the existing economy within which we in Islamic finance also operate within this existing economy, if we can summarize it, then I will summarize it into these three next elements. I'm sorry to say the word evils, which is financialization and waste and emissions. These are interlinked, interdependent, and maybe to a great extent one and the same thing. And if we can correctly, genuinely break one of them, then we will be able to have another system which would be different from this particular system. So financialization here, basically, I mean to put the entire success factors on the financial rate of return, which is very short term and which is extracting from our future generations their rights to a healthy environment and earth, and we are transforming that into the cash to satisfy our current greedy needs, and we do that through creating waste and emissions. So basically, this is the nexus of the events. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the problem with us right now in Islamic economics and finance is that we do discuss that Islamic finance will enhance the SDGs. But we miss the point that the economy and the ecology have to be in a right balance for Islamic finance to be effective, to make any contribution. So actually, I had a paper on this in 2019, published in the King Abdulaziz Journal, Reforming Islamic Finance to Achieve Sustainable Development Goals. Basically, to understand that if we focus only on SDG 1, SDG 2, and those SDGs which are related to the economy, then the ecology will be worsened. And this is what happened in the case of China. They did eliminate poverty, but then they also created an ecological disaster. So the challenge for us is to have a right balance of the economy and the ecology. Next, please. Next slide. So fortunately, we have very good statistical data, but we never discuss it, we ignore it, or we just put it aside. So here is a very good picture of what we call as the Human Development Index, which is being published by the UNDP since 1990, which was developed by an economist from Pakistan, Mahbubul Haq. And then we have something which we know, the ecological footprint. Ecological footprint, in a very brief sense, is if the 8 billion people on Earth have to live like an average person in a country, how many Earths will be required? So of course we have only one Earth, which is here. The one Earth here is here. Oh, sorry. We have only one Earth, and then on the other side, I have put the HDI, Human Development Index. And if you see here, the most important point to take away is that all the poor countries, where the HDI is very low, are actually within the one Earth capacity. But when you look at the developed countries, all the developed countries whose HDI is higher, that is 0.8 and above, they are in the Earth capacity more than one Earth. And you can see to the extreme, there are countries which are living in the earth capacity of 8 Earths. Some countries are, like for example, I am in North America, the two dots together above 5, that is Canada and America. If every person of the 8 billion world population has to live like an average Canadian or an average American person, then we need 5 Earths to sustain the Earth. So basically, this is what is the crux of the matter, that if we have to have human development improved from the economic point of view, then at the same time, we have to look for the ecological footprint of it. So next slide, please. So I translated it into the target for the green economic transformation, which you can see there, it is written, there's a target, which is staying within the 1 Earth capacity to improve the HDI to the high level. My own country is in this Pakistan, is in the 1 Earth capacity, but the HDI is very low. On the other hand, Qatar, I put it in yellow, the HDI is high, but the ecological footprint is also very high, 8.4. Germany, Singapore, these are just for the sake of example. So basically, what we want to achieve by the green economic transformation is to put the countries on a high HDI within the 1 Earth capacity. So the challenge is not only for us poor countries, but the challenge is even more seriously for those countries which they call themselves developed countries. So basically, some people will criticize that this green transformation will be degrowthing. We want to reduce the growth. No, that is not the case. We want to have a right type of growth. There would be, with this transformation, you can see here, the developed countries cannot transform their economies to reach within 1 Earth capacity unless they have to change their industrial emissions, cement, fertilizer, steel, travel. And so that transformation of the energy by itself will create different type of opportunities. So it will not be degrowthing, it will be right growthing. Next, please. So how the role of Islamic finance? So what do we want to do? What can we do? Of course, there are many things which we are discussing in this extremely useful webinar, but I want to put up only 2 points. There are so many, not to confuse so many points, and within the time which was given to me, only 2 points. The first point is that we have to change our narrative. Our narratives have to be changed. Now, if we say, for example, which we are discussing in this seminar, awqaf is good for poverty alleviation. Yes, it will be wonderful if we also attach the requirement for zero waste, which Tanju very nicely elaborated about the israf and tabzir, which is part of our own belief system, but we have ignored it. But consider that this is a true reality. Awqaf hospital dumping the awqaf waste into the river. So what type of poverty it will be eliminating? It actually, this awqaf hospital, if it is dumping its waste into the river, is basically spreading the whole viruses and disease to the other part of the, so it is just not possible without having a different narrative it is not possible to play a very useful role in the green economic transformation. So Islamic finance has to play that role, and that's why I am emphasizing we don't need to complicate it. Sustainability, ESG, and whatever, they are very useful. But basically, they translate into those two simple things: zero waste and zero emissions should be part of the business strategy, the cornerstone of business strategy. Next, please. So the next point of my emphasis is that zero, the green economic transformation will probably have an additional cost of doing the business, because we are in the initial stages. We are doing something different than what the market is practicing, and therefore the cost of doing the business would be probably a little bit higher. This is what they call as green premiums. So here I put just one example, and we discussed it in a paper which was published in the Singapore Economic Review, Islamic Blended Finance for Circular Economy Impactful SMEs to Achieve SDGs. If we have to have green micro, small, and medium enterprises which are adhering to zero waste and zero emissions, then the cost of doing business may be higher. So what is the solution? What we can do? Especially because of the COVID-19, the SMEs and micro enterprises have, of course, tremendously suffered. So the solution, probably it is a very useful solution for Islamic finance, is to the social finance, zakah, awqaf, charities, and the Islamic commercial finance, the banks and takaful and the financial markets. They have to come together. They have to change the direction of the arrows, which are now divergent. You can see that the social finance and the commercial finance, they don't cooperate. But the suggestion is that if they change the direction of their arrows to promote one purpose-driven initiative, which in this case is the green SMEs, then the Islamic social finance, which is awqaf, can contribute to the reducing the cost. They can contribute to the cost of the finance, and they can make more impact. Basically, so since my time was 10 minutes, so I will conclude here, thanking all of you. And if there are any questions about this, I will be glad to answer them. And just to mention to you that I am a professor in the Istanbul Zaim University. Our university is a green university, which is actually now doing extremely well in terms of recognition. And we have PhD, masters, and undergraduate programs in which we teach these things in the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Tariqullah, for those most enlightening presentation. And you've opened up our way of thinking, another dimension. Please stay with us for at least an hour. I know it's early morning.
No, sure, no problem.
And because we've got some questions for you. So thank you, sir, very much. Our next speaker is a colleague, Brother Islal Alvi from IIFM, has done a lot of hard work with respect to Islamic structuring and contracts. And one of the areas he's spearheading is obviously sukuk and green sukuk. So with no further ado, Brother Islal Ahmed Alvi, CEO of IIFM. Brother Islal.
Thank you, Brother Rijdi. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Very good evening, morning, or afternoon, where we are. It was really indeed pleasure to see you, Brother Rijdi. Thank you for the invite. Pleasure to be, participating, and also very good to see dear Brother Tariqullah, who I always, I shall admire, and we have a long, way when I started actually looking at Islamic finance, and at that time the missing link was documentation, standardization in particular. So that, Alhamdulillah, IFM has now produced 4 standards, 14 standards, documentation, complete sets. So including 2 standards on Sukuk documentation, which is also relevant to my topic. So that's the area which IFM we focus. Other market issues we focus also these days, as people in particularly working in the institutions, would be aware, is now the transition from the LIBOR towards the risk-free rates is a major global initiative, which is now moving towards implementation, by end of the year. So that's a huge challenge, which IFM has issued a white paper also, which you can refer, and also we are driving some work streams for this work. So this is in a nutshell what we do in IFM. Now my sort of small presentation on green sukuk. My shirt also looks green. Also, it looks like, although it's not. So background. So maybe I should have worn the green shirt. But anyway, so this is basically. Are you sharing? Okay. So if you are, I think your team is managing. So please, move to the next slide. Yeah. So this is I have taken from World Bank just to see the potential in terms of the environmental friendly sukuk, or the market, what can it can contribute. So you can see the Asia requirements is 1.7 trillion. That's a huge, and the pledge is 880 billion. So you can see there is a huge gap which can need to be filled. Of course, it's filled by various other modes also. Conventional bonds also play a role. But we are particularly, from our side, keen that in Islamic finance grows, and especially the green sukuk. And what the green sukuk is very simple terms, everybody will understand, is investing or in a environment-friendly infrastructure projects, or it could be we have socially responsible projects also, which I have not included for presentation, but these are the areas where generally green sukuks are issued. And I will also mention about the structure, what can you use, and type of documentation very briefly, what's happening. So this is also, and then we are of course bridging the gap. Conventional started earlier than Islamic in this space, but we have the huge gap to fill, and there is a strong requirement or interest also from investors as well, is in terms of investing in this type of instruments, as we have seen. So the next slide. So this slide basically you can see in terms of attractiveness of investors, which I have mentioned, and the role of Islamic finance also enhances socially development goals, which IDB also follow, is also one element which we see. And sukuk generally, when they are issuing, I'm sure everybody is aware of what sukuk. So I don't have to go into those educational details at this time. But we have seen sukuk ideally suited now for the infrastructure projects. So there are sukuks now very regularly issued, not only out of Malaysia, but other countries, Indonesia or from GCC as well. Is long dated up to 30 years sukuks. It's now been regularly issued. And that is what we have seen. And that is, at the moment, what we see into sukuk. So if we go to the next slide. A very basic slide, which I have picked up again from World Bank, so I give credit to them for that. And you can see very simple terms, although it's much more complex in terms of documentation and all. But the three main sort of players could be, the advisors, could be solicitor, which is the legal counsel, and Sharia advisor. Of course, the issuer is there, but they are the main who basically drive in terms of helping the issuer to issue sukuk. And also, we have on top of it, there is a assessment which is there. So independent expert to work on that. And I will touch about the role of International Capital Market Association and their green bond principles, which are used in Islamic finance, and something which in Islamic finance at the moment we don't have. So those principles are used for sukuk as a basis. So they have those general principles which are there, which we also looked at in IFM, inshallah. At some point, maybe we'll work on something on that. So if we go to the next slide, please. So these are, like I mentioned very briefly about ICMA and their role in terms of the bond market development, green bond market development, and also responsible investments development, which is critical. So they have been sort of driving it, and their principles are quite widely used. And as of now, Islamic finance also use these principles. And there we have seen generally these principles in terms of their Sharia implications. They are pretty much, I think, meet the Sharia requirement. Maybe few things which might be there, which I had a chance to look at it. That could be maybe at some point in Islamic industry, we can address that. But generally, they fit well in terms of Islamic finance itself and in the sukuk issuance process. The next slide, please. Now, this slide you can see in terms of when the conventional market, how it started in 2007, when this whole sort of environment and came into play at the moment, and that's when in conventional Islamic finance, the first sukuk we can see is out of Malaysia, is the power company, which issued Malaysian ringgit 250 million sukuk. So it was smaller, let's say $60 million or so, if I'm right to say. So that was the first green sukuk being issued. After that was a quantum solar park also issued a sukuk out of Malaysia. And then we have 2018, the sukuk from Indonesia, which was the first sovereign to issue sukuk. And these sort of, you can see in terms of, looking at this type of instrument, we do have sukuk report. So if you look at that report, I think not the last 2020, but previously, it was 2019, we covered in 2016. In fact, the first, I would say, the instrument was issued from Pakistan of hydropower project. So which is similar, but at that time, they didn't call it green. So they didn't have the framework maybe. So it was not called green. So this sort of phenomena, if I say, sukuk, it started around 2017, or maybe we can say 2016 also, there was some drive in that. Next slide, please. So we have seen now in terms of sukuk structures, conventional sukuk is not conventional, so don't take it that way. What we mean is that sukuk generally documentation we use, so there are Sharia compliant, so there is no element of conventional sukuk in that respect. So maybe I should have changed this, and this is something to be noted that this sukuk is Sharia compliant. What we mean is conventional is other than green sukuks. So this is what is mentioned by. So it used the same sort of a documentation and structure, which I will just briefly cover on the structure side. So this is what generally we have seen in terms of sukuk and its momentum, how it grows using those existing sukuk structures. And sukuk, the major sort of difference, very briefly, if somebody would like to know, is compared to bond, is that in the sukuk you have to have some underlying asset that has to be there. So there is a link in terms of asset requirement and economic activity, while the bonds are more purely on balance sheet base. So this element one should keep in mind when we are saying, sukuk. So, and we don't call it sort of Islamic bond. I've heard that word, but it's more sukuk itself. So next slide, please. Now, in terms of, if you look at it very briefly, the Malaysia, they started in 2014 when Security Commission Malaysia issued the guidelines. So that's when they started assessing. And then we had, in 2017, as I mentioned earlier, the energy sukuk was issued. So they started guidelines in 2014. So the preparation was done. So that's why we have seen the Malaysia also always take a lead in many cases. It's led in that way that they put the framework, which is essential for any sort of instrument or any, a new area we look at it in Islamic finance to have the proper framework and proper regulations in place, supported by a regulatory environment, as well as we have in some places, like in Malaysia, we have a centralized Sharia board. For example, in some countries, they use that as a basis. So that's also helped. So next slide, please. Again, this is on socially responsible sukuk. We can just see this slide very quickly. Utilization of fund is important. Eligible projects. All these are assessment, as I mentioned earlier. So these are the things which also the framework have broadly. If somebody would like to know the 3 or 4 pillars what we have. So next slide, please. Then comes to, of course, Indonesia, because these 2 countries are the first who started looking at the green space. So they thought about environment and, to work towards that. So Malaysia, OJK, which is a regulatory body, they also did their sort of roadmap on 2014. So this has also helped, which led to, as I said earlier, issuance of the first sovereign sukuk by Indonesia, $1.25 billion, which is a sizable size, as one can see, because normal benchmark size for any financial instrument is 500. That's what we call a benchmark size sukuk. So in this case, it's 1.25 billion sukuk. So it's a major, in that sense, amount, and they got a good response for that. So this is the 2 countries which you can see they established those requirements to encourage and provide the guidance in terms of issuing sukuk, which led to issuing sukuk in these 2 jurisdictions. Next slide, please. Now this is one example I've taken. It's not particularly Indonesia, or so I could have taken some other also. But here I would just like to why I took it to see how sometimes sukuk structure works. Sometimes sukuk could be issued for using a murabaha also. In some cases, it is also a structure being used. Ijara generally, as we know, for project financing is used. Although we have istisna when there is a project, it's starting. It could be istisna stage also, which can also happen. But Indonesia, they use the wakala as the main. So we call these days these type of sukuk as a combination. And then they have a lease agreement with Ijara concept. So this is the Malay Indonesian sovereign sukuk. So I took it as example to see that when we have Islamic finance sukuk issuance, there are structures now which could be purely lease or Ijara structures, or there could be combination. Of course, we don't combine contracts in Islamic finance. So when we do, the combination of contract is something which we are always mindful. So these are very, basic level sort of structure info I would like to share. And like I mentioned, if you want to see the Ijara sukuk documentation, then it's available on IFM website. And you can see the type of documentation required, which is about 6-7 documents which we have produced in standardized form, which will, of course, will help the development of the Sukuk market. So we did the Ijara Sukuk documentation, and then we have done now Mudaraba Sukuk, but that was for fund institutions, for capital adequacy requirements for tier 1. That documentation we issued last month, and then that standard is done. So later on, maybe this particular type of combination Sukuk, if we may call it, IFM would be doing. Then we move on to next slide, please. Then we have now in the GCC, so you can see clearly, although I'll go to the amount what has been outstanding or issued, we see now, so the electric issuing in last year in 2020, so that is also a major development one can see. We have seen corporate, that is where in generally Majid al-Futam, they issued from their side as Sukuk to support the green buildings or renewable energy or energy efficiency and certain water management. So this is corporate Sukuk issuances generally, apart from green Sukuk we are talking about, generally, barring Malaysia, we don't have, well-developed corporate, in the sense that potential is much more, but we don't have that many issuers of corporate Sukuk issuances. Malaysia is a well-developed market in terms of corporate Sukuk issuances. That is one area which I think there is more scope for further, development of corporate Sukuk market. Of course, corporate Sukuk is also more prone towards the economic development, or we are at the moment what we are going through from COVID-19. So that affects naturally corporate. It would taken it generally the corporate in some cases. So this is one thing which we have seen in money from UAE. Then Islamic Development Bank, of course, issued €1 billion for, again, renewable energy and clean transportation efficiency and pollution prevention. So this is also one major Sukuk issuance which came from Islamic Development Bank, where our good friend Dr. Tariq used to be when I first met him many, many years ago now. Then we move to next slide.
Brother Ijlal, apologies for interrupting. If you could please finish up. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just finish up. I think we move to the next slide after this. So I'm already on my last slide anyway.
Okay.
So if you move to the next slide. So this is, I think, better in terms of that slide has, info on the who has issued the details, but this is the latest, which is about $8 billion of green Sukuk issued. And you can see the countries, Malaysia and Indonesia has a larger chunk, of course, because of sovereign also. There's some corporate as well, and Saudi Arabia and UAE. So this is basically, as of now, what we can see the Sukuk. Overall, Sukuk outstanding is around $525 billion. Sukuk outstanding. So you can see it's still a very small share of green Sukuk, but scope is, as I said earlier, is much bigger, and I hope, inshallah, that can be achieved. So if we just, I think the next two slides I can skip because those are more sort of in terms of looking at opportunities. So I didn't mention much challenges there, but this is something is there. And then, one challenges could be, the Sukuk documentation and all sometime, or the right projects and all. So that's something documentation side IFM is looking to. But others, generally, I think we have a good basis to progress in this space, inshallah. So thank you very much for listening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Brother Ijlal. If you could stay with us for about 15, 20 minutes longer, I know you've got other commitments. We've got some questions for you also. So please just stay with us. Thank you. And thank you for detailed insights from one of the Islamic industry bodies, CEOs, Brother Ijlal. Our next speaker is Brother Muhammad Khatib, who I had the pleasure of first knowing in Sri Lanka in 2014. We talked about a number of things as we were on the same panel discussion. We've stayed in touch loosely and then more closely most recently. He is one of the pioneers in the Islamic banking space, Islamic banking software space, and Path Solution has done a remarkable job in addressing many of the pain points of banks and their IT needs. So, Brother Muhammad Khatib, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rushdie. And it's very nice to see all those familiar, friendly faces and during this workshop. My name is Mohammed Khatib. I know it's Ramadan and we all fasting, so I'm gonna try to keep it light. But we at Path Solutions, very quickly, we've been the partner of the Islamic finance since 1992. We actually developed software for Islamic banks when almost in the beginning in 1992. That's about the beginnings of Islamic finance to take off. And we've been really very close partner and almost the #1 software company that's focused 100% on Islamic finance. And we serve Islamic finance from Malaysia all the way to South America. So we have seen the different phases that Islamic finance has moved through. As a technologist, today I'm much more optimistic even than the 90s and the 80s. I believe technology is bringing a lot of solutions. I don't believe we can complain anymore about problems. We should focus on finding solutions because the amount of technologies that's coming and happening in the world are amazing, and it's almost they're providing solutions to almost every problem we have, including the sustainability problem. If you look at what's happening in the world in the technologies, they are, I think in the next 10 to 15 years, they're going to change the whole world. And I'm going to put some framework around my short presentation to show you how Islamic finance, technology, and sustainable finance can work in combination together to produce a new form of finance. I call it SIDF, or Sustainable Islamic Digital Finance. With that, let me start by, okay. Let me get rid of this for a second. Okay, so the sustainable finance, what I'm going to do, of course, all the speakers have been talking about the sustainable finance. I just need here to mention the 3 components of sustainable finance because I'm going to use them heavily in my next couple of slides. But basically, it's the environmental, the social, and the governance which form the ESG. And this set of criteria is what actually you put into the business to be a sustainable finance. You integrate these criteria in the company's operations, making it socially conscious for investors to screen potential investments. That's basically what sustainable finance is. If we look at the Islamic finance on the high level, it's really, I describe it and the characteristics, the main characteristics of Islamic finance. And then I would lay the characteristics of the sustainable finance, and that's what I have in the green. So it's an asset-backed finance. Islamic finance is an asset-backed finance. This is definitely has a huge impact on the social, because if we look at what happened in the financial crisis in the 2008 to 2010, it's actually the main reason for that financial crisis throughout the world is that the financial market was not reflecting the real market. And they were selling papers basically and just adding more fees into these papers and selling them again and again and again, which inflated that financial market, and it was not good representation of what was happening actually in the real market. But if you go to an asset-backed finance with Islamic finance, you definitely have a very good representation of the real market. It's very ethical, we all know. If you really do Islamic principles in your Islamic finance. You are kind to your environment. You take care of the social criteria of the society and that you live in. And of course, you adhere to a tremendous amount of governance. And it's all present ethical principles. Then you have the risk sharing of Islamic finance, and that's definitely where you don't do riba and you share the risk across the partners, and has tremendous impact on the social component of the ESG. Then you have the good governance. It is actually one of the main criteria or characteristics of Islamic finance is good governance, which is also a very important component of the ESG. Not only that central bank govern Islamic banks and Islamic financial institutions, but you got the Sharia board inside the institution. You have if you have a country Sharia board, that's also the Sharia board. And above all that, it's the principle of the Islamic teachings that actually govern these products. Then what my thesis here is basically, I'm saying that there is a huge match and alignment between sustainable finance and Islamic finance. Then before I go to the technology and the digital finance, I would like to read to you a statement that caught my eyes by Sundar Pichai of Google, who's basically the CEO of Google or Alphabet. He said, AI is one of the most profound things we are working on as a humanity. It's more profound than fire and electricity, and or any of the other bigger things we have worked on. It has tremendous positive sides to it, but it has real negative consequences. Really, when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and we go back to the first and second and third industrial revolution, being the electricity, et cetera, and the steam engine, the electricity, and et cetera, it actually, we believe that the technologies that are being produced today will have more profound, and I do agree with Sundar 100%. I believe in 15 to 20 years, our world will change completely. And the changes are so tremendous and so profound that will impact our life like no other. It's already impacting our lives, but I think the impact to come is even greater. So when we talk about digital finance here, the digital finance refers to, of course, how you integrate those, what I call 4IR, what is called 4IR, fourth industrial revolution technologies like cloud, mobile, artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, Internet of Things, and others. You can actually have about 15 to 17 different technologies that actually goes into this category. But the most common in all these technologies is data. So we're shifting from the old software and technology, which was actually based on process, to be based on data. So the main asset that all these technologies use is the data, and then take that data and make decisions based on that data, going back to the artificial intelligence and understanding that data. We're moving to a world that has four characteristics. I don't have the time. Each one would need a very long time to explain, but I believe that our new world is dematerialization is a process is happening, and less emphasis on the material stuff will be happening, which is absolutely an Islamic concept. Demonetization, which I'm sorry, I have a misspelling there. Demonetization is basically taking the money and the currencies and anything that is physically used today, and actually move it to virtual and digital. And then we have democratization of everything. Every service that you can think of is being democratized and being available. And of course, we are empowering the individuals through these technologies. So all those middlemen and all these structures and all even the government structures and all that, I think it's going to be declining in importance and more focus on the individual. Finally, you have an individual who is in a country that is limited by its infrastructure or educational system or whatever, actually having access to all that through technology. And that's going to accelerate in the next 10 to 50 years. So what are the possibilities? The possibilities are endless. You can actually, and you know that these technologies improve the financial inclusion. So instead of the financial system serving only the top, you actually will be able to reach a lot more people. Then you have the financial literacy, digital data literacy, privacy and financial data, et cetera, et cetera. Other things that I would like here to mention, you have the SME finance, where the SMEs are not well served, and now they're actually going to be served much better. Sustainable finance is very important, and we're talking about it, social and sustainable finance in this presentation. So I do believe that the digital finance opens a tremendous opportunities for us to actually serve and be able to have a much better and much realize the potential of the world that we live in and what we can actually do. So so if you combine those three different types of finance, you get the sustainable Islamic digital finance that I'm talking about, and it's called SIDF. And the SIDF is actually, I really do believe Islamic finance in totality as a finance, it does a great job in being green and being and supporting the sustainable finance. But if you do the more hardcore sustainable concepts and criteria, you take the Islamic finance and you take the digital finance and you combine them, that you really can achieve the world of potential. You can live in a world where the tools can act, that we do have the tools that can solve any problems. I believe now complaining should stop, and we should continue now to find solutions, because the technologies that are happening today, very few problems that we cannot actually tackle and solve. Let me give you a very quick example. Yes, we have a lot of carbon CO2 in the air, and we are there's a lot of complaining and talking about cutting trees or whatever. But we actually now have working in so many technologies that allow you to plant trees, and you know how technologies scale tremendously. So if we can actually scale planting the trees, I think we have today about 3 trillion trees, and if you can actually add 1 more trillion of the trees, if the technology can actually add 1 more trillion trees, we can actually get CO2 to the pre-industrial levels, industrial age level. Can you believe that? I mean, to me, that is tremendous, and that solves the issue. And there is issues about even the population, the replacement rate is going down, and in the world, and people are now, in a lot of countries are worried that they will not have enough people to actually serve the elders and etc. So I really do believe a lot of what we complained in the past will find solutions in the next 15, 20, maximum by 2045. I think a lot of these issues will be solved. The financial inclusion is a huge possibility, because if we get the financial inclusion, then we are addressing the poverty. We are providing even zakat to the people that we want to provide without all this middle systems and middle companies and organization. And every person who gives the zakat, who knows who's getting the zakat and what they're benefiting out of it. So the financial inclusion is another ecosystem that we believe that will help tremendously, and it is powered by SIDF. Then, of course, all this, and a lot of countries realizing that SIDF has a direct impact on the sustainable economic growth of these of the countries, and this is why countries are viewing this as a huge opportunity. In addition, SIDF and the right investments will allow us to have access to better quality education, healthcare, and other important services that every society needs. Above all that, as I said, data is the most important asset in us, the IDF, and analyzing that data will empower the investment decisions and grow jobs in sectors supporting a transition to a low carbon economy. Finally, as you can see, these are, sorry, where did it go? Sorry about that. Are you seeing my slide?
Yeah, yes. This is the one that says thank you on it right now.
No. Let's look at this one. Are you seeing my slide now? Yes, the impact of SIDF on UN, right?
Yes.
Okay. So basically, I took the 17 SDGs that, as you know, they have been put as goals to measure the sustainability. And I laid in the colors, green will be what SIDF will have direct impact, directly addressing these issues. No poverty, zero hunger, the quality of education. All this actually SIDF will be investing directly. And in the blue is actually an indirect of doing the green stuff. Things will happen in the blue. So I do believe that SIDF will have a tremendous impact on the 17 SDGs set by the world countries to measure on. This is really my quick presentation, and I am very excited about what SIDF can do for our societies as Muslims. We need to catch up. We need, we're not, if you look at the top 5-6 countries in AI, collecting AI as collecting data and doing analysis and doing AI, Muslim countries are not in these top 5 or not even top 10. So we need to wake up. We need to start to catch up and understand the potential of what these new technologies combined with the principles of the true Islamic finance to actually achieve a better world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Muhammad Khatib. If you can stay with us for about half an hour longer, because we've got questions for yourself, Brother Jalal, Professor Tariqullah, be greatly appreciated. Layla Hafiz, I know you have to leave very soon, and it would be great if you could present your topic right now.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Layla is involved in the sustainable modest fashion space, something that's very near and close to me and for a number of us who are committed to the greening of fast fashion. So Layla, please, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Kareem, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I've heard so many interesting and insightful news. And from my side regarding fashion, I have a small presentation that I would like to share with you. If I can share the screen.
Please.
Okay. Okay, I hope you can see everybody.
Yes, please
So,
go for it.
I am going to start my presentation with a small video, which let's say it talks about the brand. So you just get the feeling of what we're doing and where we're going with our brand.
Okay.
No, I So that was the presentation of our brand. As you have seen, we have chosen to have 3 different women, which at the end of the day, they can be the same woman actually. So we are speaking to all modest women within the world. I believe that modest is not only a way of dressing, but it's a way of living. It's a way of living your life and leading your life. This is why it was just normal for us to follow this path of sustainability. So in our collection, I will show you later, we have used some fabrics from recycled plastic fibers, but there's a critical issue regarding sustainability under this aspect. First of all, using sustainable fabrics is not always very accessible to everybody. First, because of its costs. Secondly, for the order you have to make each time you need to produce. So since we also believe in not producing too much, sometimes it's very hard for us to get what we need to produce in small quantities or to produce in a ready to order concept. We also like recycle, and what I mean about this is that we like to give a second life to old garments, and you will see some of the pieces that we have produced. And we also are socially responsible. And what we mean about this, let's say it's a broad world, but one of the main things is the craftsmanship that is to enhance and to work with handmade artisans in different parts of the world. But for now, we are concentrating on Italy and Saudi Arabia because I'm half Italian, half Saudi, and these are my 2 worlds that I want to marry together because they live together within me and they're living together within the brand. So what we are doing is that we're also looking for nonprofit organizations where we can help women that need to work and have skills like in doing embroidery and sewing, working with them, supporting them, having them work and selling their products through our brand. Here you can see some of the things that we have produced with recycled plastic fiber. So we have leggings and we have 2 headdresses. One is a headdress and one is an underscarf. They are abrasion free. They are I'm sorry, I lost myself. They're abrasion free, I'm sorry. They are UV filter, they have a UV filter protection too. And the next slide is about the recycle process, the reduce, refuse, and recycle. The jackets you see here are jackets that I actually bought in a flea market. Of course, they were washed. And then I personally did embroidery on them. The embroidery you see, I did them. They're actually things that I have bought during my travels around the world. Every time I see something beautiful on embroidery, which I think is precious, I buy it because I like it and I keep it. And I have used them to do the embroidery on these jackets. So they're really just unique pieces. And here's when I was talking about craftsmanship. So here, as you see, it's a technique of a weaving technique, which has been, it's a protected technique also by UNESCO, and it's done in Saudi Arabia, this weaving with threads. And on the other hand, we have hats that we want to use, which are also handmade here in Italy. This is a total look of one of the things we sell. So the pants are made of 100% plastic recycled fiber. And the jacket is, as I said, a jacket that we have given a second life to with embroidery on it. Where we are going with the project, we want to introduce a blockchain. So we want to be even more transparent with our clients on how we're producing, with who we are producing it, and what the process is. We want to become a benefit corporation. So to complete the process to get this certification as a sustainable and responsible company. And when we talk about being responsible and sustainable, it's not only the material we use, but it's with who we produce, how we produce, human resource-wise, how we are within the company. So the relationship we have 360 degrees, our company with the people that are working with us. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic. Leila, thank you for bringing us back on time. That's the first thing. I've got questions for yourself, Mohammed Khatib, Jalal Alvi, and Professor Tariqullah. I will start with you, Leila, because I know you have to leave. So the challenge of moving the needle from modest fashion, which at one level can be summed up as fast fashion, to sustainable modest fashion or responsible modest fashion, that's a big effort, Leila. Tell us what we as Muslims who are consumers need to do and how fast we need to do this because of the issues associated with the sense of urgency.
Yes, well, I've heard talking about recycling a lot, and this is a key issue. There are many companies. I think there should be more investments in looking into companies that can really recycle and produce fabrics, like from plastic as I have been using. Then there are different materials that from nature that we can use to make textiles. And I think there should be more investment in that. And this should be done very quickly. And by doing this, it will allow more and more people to use these kinds of material, because now they are actually, some of them are actually quite expensive, so they are not the reach to everybody, and plus the quantities that are produced are very little because they need more investments, they need people to work on it. So I think there should be more research. This is what I would like to see. I would like to see more research in this and more investment in this.
Fantastic. Leila, thank you very, very much. We at iPortal, and I'm sure some of the other entities here, look forward to working with you, learning from you, and promoting you, because you are basically fashion for good. And that is one of the conversations that must be had. So thank you, Leila.
Thank you so much. It was really such a pleasure to be here with you. And I'm so sorry that I have to leave. But thank you so much for this opportunity, and I was very happy to be here with you all.
Thank you, Leila. Salam. Be
Ramadan Kareem.
Ramadan Kareem. Thank you. Professor Tariqullah, question for you, because you had mentioned about the green SMEs. Do we need the help of the government to basically fast track their acceptance by saying subsidies and access to funding over conventional or non-green SMEs? So that's for you. Brother Ijlal, one of the things that you talked about was corporate green sukuks. So if we think about what Datan Masna had talked about Islamic ESG in the Muslim world, these listed companies in the Muslim world that are both Islamic and sustainable, it would make sense that we should see green sukuk come out from them. So to you, Brother Mohammed Khatib, to you, the question of technology as both an enabler, as a facilitator, and as a leader into the sustainability space. Technology also has an element of externalities, such as you've got cryptocurrency and the amount of energy used for mining. You've got data servers that produce a huge amount of heat. So for us to have a closed green system where technology leads, we need to basically reduce, I guess, the carbon emissions of technology also. So if we can start with those, Professor Tariqullah, if you can start, please.
Thank you. Actually, I gave the example of the SMEs because of the fact that the SMEs are the backbone of any a modern economy, whether it is a developing economy or whether it is a developed economy. And secondly, because of the fact that the COVID-19 has basically, it has been disastrous for the SMEs and for the micro enterprises. There are many studies on that. And thirdly, I gave the example of the SMEs for this, for the simple reason that you mentioned with respect to the ESGs. Through the stock markets and the ESG ecosystem, we are actually investing in Western companies. Basically, I had raised this question to you about 25 years when you are starting the Dow Jones Islamic indices, that one of the worry is that we are transferring our investment resources to the Western companies. So the actual solution to our problems is not investing in the Western stock markets, but in the investment in the SMEs, which are local to our own. So that is the reason I mention it. And secondly, on the other side of the issue, that a new culture, in the new culture, I mentioned two things basically that are interrelated. One of them is the issue of waste generation and how the business is conscious about its own waste generation and what the business is going to do about that waste. And the second element of it is with respect to the generation of emissions and what the SME or the small business can do to reduce its emissions. This whole issue of ESGs and sustainability is confusing, at least for the level of the small businesses and micro businesses. If we can translate this into these two very critical issues of zero waste and zero emissions, then they will understand it better. But it cannot be done, definitely, without the government. And we know that the governments don't have the resources to provide subsidies, especially in the developing countries. And therefore, we have to generate some type of social subsidy, which I meant that the awqaf and the sadaqat and even the conventional philanthropy, they have an agenda of helping something good for the society. And this is one of the areas where a green SME, they can be expected to contribute to subsidize. On the other hand, the Islamic banks can provide the finance. So working together with the help of the government, the commercial finance and the social finance can really address this issue of building up green SMEs.
Okay, thank you.
Basically, this is the argument.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tariq. Very well said, and great examples to prove your point. Brother Ijlal, if you're still on the call, a question to you, please.
Yes. So the question about the corporate market generally of Sukuk, as I mentioned, still there's a lot of scope which is yet to be achieved. And same is the case for green Sukuk issuances or socially responsible Sukuk also, we can include that. And I think definitely what you mentioned about the listed companies issuing green Sukuk or instead of bonds, that's something which one should pursue. And one thing is that the documentation side generally used to be, cost was higher, although it has come down. And with our standard now in documentation, that can also further facilitate. And I hope the industry can benefit, our documentation standards. So this is one thing. And then again, I think the other aspect is still the infrastructure projects which are being done. Still, there are many projects where green sukuk can be, or the structure can be utilized. And I hope in coming months or year, we see that improvement moving from this 8 billion or so issuances to at least, target of, let's say, 20 billion by next year. I hope so. We can, achieve as we go along, as these projects are coming, and the focus is now on environment, which is very much there. Otherwise, other elements are also there, as Dr. Tariq mentioned. So this is one thing. And SME, naturally, what Dr. Tariq mentioned is a different segment, which sukuk, there are some sukuk issuances, but especially the green, the aspect and all is more for infrastructure. So bigger projects, so that will not be, I think, the segment which we'll be looking at. So this is my brief input on your query or question. Thank you very much indeed again.
Thank you, Brother Jalal. As always, enlightening answer. Thank you, sir. Brother Muhammad Khatib, to you, sir.
Thank you. I believe with every technology through the history of, even from the steam engine revolution, there's always bad and good things about each technology, and it depends how you use it and how you utilize it. I do agree that we need to understand these technologies and understand how you utilize them and their impact, but I do believe they provide the solution, not the problem. For example, the example that was given in the question was the power and how much cryptocurrency can actually take in the mining process. If you look at the power, I think technology is providing in the next 10 to 15 years complete solution to this problem. We're expecting, we know that the sun can provide more power than all what's been utilized right now in the earth. We have actually abundance of energy, but the problem is today it's not in a useful or form, and we have to capture that energy, and the technology will allow us to capture that energy. Actually, according to the studies, in the next 10 years, the energy cost per hour will drop below a penny, which means that you actually, which is a fraction of the cost of the energy today. This is the solution. It's not really the problem. So we will be able to provide all energy is needed. And the more advancements we have, we will continue to need energy. The question is, how can we speed up the process of storing that energy and put it in a useful form so we can actually use it? Today, one of the most advancements happening is actually in the storage area of technology. And you see so many startups working on amazing ways how you store technology. And I think in the next 10 to 15 years, also, we're going to see some revolutions in storing the technology, storing the energy. So I do believe that technologies, at least the 4IR technologies, they will be providing the solutions. The problem, very quickly, the problem is today we don't have a plan. As a humanity, we don't have a plan. We're basically just, everything is evolving randomly. I think we have to engage in a lot of conversations to make sure, because as you know, technology has also a huge ethical dimension that has to be addressed. We have to engage in a lot of discussions so we can actually move this huge boat into the right direction to serve humanity and bring a better world instead of although I do believe things always work out and we will end up in a better place than in a worse place.
Wonderful, a great answer. This is almost a policy answer that you just talked about. So very, very well said, Brother Muhammad Khatib. Thank you very much for sharing your time and your insights, and actually look forward to follow-up conversations in these areas, Brother Khatib. Okay, all right. I'd like to now bring Brother Ajmal Bhatti. He is one of the foremost experts globally in the space of takaful, Islamic insurance, and I've known him for more than a decade. I had actually pushed him, for lack of a better phrase, to talk about an area that the takaful has not talked about, which is green takaful. And at first he was a bit hesitant, but then I think that him being a pioneer in this space, he's going to provide leadership and some insights on the way forward of how takaful moves to green takaful. Brother Ajmal Bhatti, the podium's yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's a great pleasure really to be on this webinar, and apologies for the delays in coming up. Let me just share the screen. Can you see my?
We can't see the presentation yet.
You can see the presentation?
Oh, not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Hailey, do you have Brother Ajmal's presentation? Maybe you can load it.
Okay, I'll share mine.
Okay. Oh, can we start, please? Can you see, Brother Jamal, your presentation?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm not seeing the presentation.
Hailey, can you share the presentation, please, on the screen? As she's working on it, Brother Ajmal,
Yeah, I'm sharing.
you could. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, there it is. Yes, now I can see.
Okay, please.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So as Brother Rushdie just said, that when he actually talked to me about green iftar and then said, "What about green takaful?" I really literally went, "What?" Because that's really the mindset we have about going green. But it was really a wonderful idea, and it was something that I always actually wanted to do in terms of, I've been involved in the takaful industry for a very long time, and I felt that what takaful is really all about is not being able to be felt. And this is really something bringing takaful really closer to what it's supposed to be. This is a great opportunity for us to actually move into the green space. All that Maqasid al-Sharia really say about this thing. And when I started to think through it and looked at the ESG principles, I find that ESG principles are totally aligned with Maqasid al-Sharia. So I thought of putting this in the perspective of what ESG is and what Maqasid al-Sharia are, and then trying to sort of see where we actually can go forward in green takaful. I put down here some of the areas of what Maqasid al-Sharia are all about. I'm sure we're all very well versed with all of that, but it is really to do with doing the common good for people's well-being and the stewardship, driven by the fairness, the justice, and altruism for everybody, and basically really looking at all the verticals which can secure the nature's balance with all its resources, with our moral obligation for the stewardship for these resources, and so on. And next slide, please. Hel, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So I'm looking at the green economy. The ESG principles is exactly the same. Maqasid Sharia have got a lot more, but these are the things that are being looked at, and the whole world is actually going through this whole change by looking at these things. So they're very much aligned. Haley, next slide, please. And here we are trying to sort of, come up with, finding solutions. We are really on a collision course with nature itself. And all things are being, talked about, looked at, how we can actually handle this fast devastation that is going on through global warming. The glaciers are, melting, the sea levels are increasing, the coastlines could be disappearing, all kinds of things are happening. One of the biggest thing of, industrialization for it is polluting the air. And I was, looking at the statistics all over the place, and there are more people dying from air pollution than car accidents, looking at from an insurance angle. And this is the case all over the world with industrialization, urbanization, and we have the GMOs, although filling the profits of corporates, but it's actually ruining the health of, and so on. So all getting more and more and trying, and the solution perspective, I have few slides, and where the has 81%. Insurance is small, and that we know emerging markets, but and many of these markets have got 100% takaful, be really very big. And this is taken from iPortal's takaful heat map in 2019. Saudi Arabia is a very big market, 100% is takaful, although they call it cooperative insurance. Not exactly that, but it is Islamic. And then followed by big markets of Malaysia, Indonesia, and so on. One point to sort of think through is that Iran and Sudan are 100% takaful. They don't appear to be big in dollar terms because of the exchange rate issues, but they are actually quite big in their own markets as a force of what insurance or takaful can do in these markets. So they're very, very effective in what they can actually do. Next slide, please. Here is, I've been looking at, what the insurance industry is doing, conventional insurance industry. This is one of the areas where insurance has come up with this heat map, where the GMOs and all that is playing havoc on the food agriculture side, construction and energy, fossil fuels, and how the building materials are being affected, and so on. These are the more potential risk areas. But then there are other areas as well. And there are lots of things that are actually going on in the food and agriculture, aircraft, construction, as you can see through that matrix. And things like, working from home is now a normal thing. The COVID impact is going on, and that is affecting the property values and all kinds of things going on there. So there's a whole mix of things that can be looked at where insurance can see the risk increasing and how they actually can then really put together their heads and come up with products that actually can look at these risks and protect the people and the businesses and therefore the society and the economy. Next slide. Sorry, the other way. So thinking of the green takaful, we in the takaful industry need an agenda, how to go about it. There isn't much happening right now in terms of, collective effort, although lots of companies are actually going through in their own way, but there needs to be a collective effort, I think. I've actually sort of put my sort of thinking together and try to come up with what can be done in the green takaful in the immediate domain, like in 1 year's time, 2021 to 2022, which I called GT 1.0. And that is to see, what already has taken place in the insurance side that the takaful can also, look at, or basically not has happened in the insurance side, but still takaful can look at. And then because there are a lot of things that are happening in the coming years in the ESG space, and that will take place in time. So how to actually then complete that cycle of sustainable green economy towards the net zero targets that COP26 is talking about and Paris Agreement Accord has been looking at, and so on. So that would be the full coverage of making it sustainable. That'll be in the next coming 5 years or so. So all of that needs to be put into some sort of agenda where we actually can share within the takaful industry, and each market can then actually learn from another market, and all of that we can actually have it on iPortal, where we have actually now scanned around sort of 33 countries, where over 200 companies, takaful companies, can be all together looking at each other and learning from each other. Next slide. Yeah. So the possibilities of having a green takaful, there are quite a few already where we actually can do something about. There are environmental standards coming up in the construction side. And then, if we are doing property takaful, then we can actually give discounts to the premiums on the premiums contributions for those who are actually complying with the environmental standards. Similarly, using eco-friendly replacement materials, that can be actually put in perspective in terms of discounts and so on. And then the disposal of the debris is very, very important. Not sort of dumping into the water and making it show that it is actually dumped or cleared in the right way. Then there are sort of machines, energy-saving machines that are coming up. We have all these ratings on these machines. So if a machine goes down and it is to be replaced, then it should be replaced by those kinds of machines. And also, I think I've said somewhere else that if a machine goes down, then it's better to repair it rather than replace it, because replacing means discarding the existing machine, and where does that go? And then, of course, the alternative energy, using that in the Middle East, it is still sort of a point that is being considered. And both UAE and Saudi Arabia have got these things in their energy side, talking about these things. So we need to actually watch that space and see, what comes out as alternative. Solar energy, of course, is one, and so on. So all of that needs to be actually looked at, and some products can be sort of built around that. Next slide, please. Again, the energy part in terms of travel, you have these hybrid vehicles these days, electric vehicles. There are things that are happening as pay-as-you-drive programs, where insurance or takaful can actually charge according to the usage, how far and how long the vehicle is on the road, and therefore exposed to risk. But if it's parked somewhere, then it doesn't really, it's not a bigger risk. So the insurance premium reflects that. So it becomes even cheaper, and so on. So all these things are happening on the insurance side, and that can also be brought into the takaful space, the green takaful space. Next slide, please. And then here is the next level, the phase 2, I say, in terms of what can be done going forward in the next 5 years or so. And there are sort of various things, and this analysis actually comes from the United Nations reports, who are looking at the green economy, and starting from the weather extremes, climate change, to renewable energy investments that are taking place, ecosystem, sustainable lifestyle, all these things, all these have the potential for where sustainability is needed, and therefore insurance is needed and takaful is needed. So these are the areas which are actually in the next several slides. I've actually looked at each one of them in terms of what can be done. Next slide.
Brother Ajmal, if you can start to sum up, please, in the interest of time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So basically, there are sort of various risks that can take place where takaful can actually be effective: physical risks, transitional risks, and potential litigation risks. Next slide. How much time do we have, Brother Rushdie?
You'll have to sum up now. A minute, please.
A minute. So I will skip all these. Can we go basically to the conclusions? These slides are, very detailed slides, and these will be available to people who are interested, and they can actually look at it. So basically, what I'm saying here is that, a lot is happening, and we actually can pull together our thinking and come up with an agenda, looking at the various things that are actually taking place. And from there, we can actually develop this green takaful, which is actually going to be something that will cover all the various green verticals that are being discussed in this webinar. And that's really something that can happen only by those industries and those takaful companies who actually can demonstrate that they are committed to this thing. And if they are doing capital as well as action, who will be the winners in coming up with the right solution.
The document. I'm speaking to you from Jordan, Amman. It's a real pleasure to participate in such a wealth of information and new inequalities and fragility. With more than private capital, zakatable assets and assets can be crowded in towards more productive and sustainable usages. According to the meeting from the Islamic Research and Training in Social Finance Instruments, our Sukaf assets base reaching $3.8 trillion by 2023. As development practitioners, however, we are bound to go beyond the numbers in abstract. And while there has been significant growth in the value and volume of Islamic social financial assets, it's not without its own challenges. And today, more than ever, we need solidarity throughout the Muslim world to face tribulations of occupation, as in the case of occupied Palestine, hegemony, dictatorships, corruption, extreme poverty, and inequality, among other social and economic struggles and challenges. The green Waqf economy is at the heart of the Islamic social finance. The instruments of the green Waqf economy collectively promote the principles of social justice, solidarity, brotherhood, and mutuality, whereas social and microfinance enables the poor and their small businesses, as they cannot have access to traditional financing. مقاصد الشريعة, how they are mapped against the 17 SDGs, is here shown. The aims and goals of Muqasid Sharia is to protect faith, life, wealth, progeny, and intellect. These 5 fundamental goals of the gracious Sharia can be mapped with, for example, faith is aligned with SDGs goals numbers 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. Life is aligned with goals 2, 3, 6, and 8, progeny, and so forth. The United Nations various agencies subscribe to the opinion that Green Waqf may well assist in the global funding of sustainable social and economic development. The principles of the gracious Sharia in benevolent activities aim to channel dearly needed resources into preserving the 5 goals of Sharia, which are within the mutually reinforcing frameworks of the sustainable development goals, the 17 goals themselves. Favorable Sharia rulings from Grand Mufti of occupied Jerusalem, occupied Palestine, from Al-Azhar in Egypt, from other majority Muslim countries, call for awqaf funds can be expended in kind as well as in cash, so not only in kind. Muslim religious authorities have always exempted, for example, the types of vaccines that have been used for combating COVID-19, and halal labeling in all cases with no alternative favorable fatwas, rulings concerning the permissibility of the approved vaccines by WHO. And probably 300 million Muslims are in need of support by way of giving them in kind the vaccines to combat this current pandemic. The various UN Green Waqf economy and related case studies are here mentioned in brief. The UN agency, the name of the fund or instrument, and the summary description of what the fund is all about. So the first one is managed by UN agency UNICEF, which is responsible for supporting children, particularly children in need and children of refugees. And this fund strikes a partnership that has been made with the Islamic Development Bank and with various Muslim philanthropists, particularly in the Gulf region. The second example of a UN initiative in the realm of the Green Waqf economy is the Zakat Fund of the UNHCR, and this particular UN agency carries out work for supporting the people who are displaced, whether internally within the countries or displaced beyond the borders of the countries. So supporting at least 1 million beneficiaries during the first year of its launch, and taking that further to the current year, 2021, and going forward. We have a third agency that is a UN, probably 72 years old agency that is responsible for supporting the Palestinian refugees in 5 countries surrounding Palestine, occupied Palestine, and that is UNRWA. And UNRWA has 2 funds. One is Zakat-based and the other is Waqf Fund. And the third example here is the Awqaf Property Investment Fund by the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, and such fund is extremely important because, in essence, the Islamic Development Bank has done most of the work in the realm of promoting the green Waqf economy. And there is a need going forward actually for other leading Islamic banks and Islamic financial institutions to play a leading role as well with the United Nations and various other initiatives, whether it is emanating from the social sector, the private sector, or that is also related to the social responsibility by corporations, the corporate social responsibility element. And as such, I wanted to give you in this quick summary an idea about the various UN-related initiatives and the dialogue that will be taking place after Eid, hopefully. And we don't have yet the exact dates, but such dialogue will be open for people to participate in from throughout the world. It's open through Zoom and in various languages at the same time through various channels. And, I encourage people who are interested to attend such webinars going forward in the future that are led by United Nations initiative on the Islamic green Waqf economy and Islamic social finance in general, so that more partnerships can be developed and better results can be achieved in this difficult time where COVID has affected various and many countries within the Muslim majority countries. And with this thought, I thank you so much for your patience, and I look forward to be enriched by your thoughts, questions, and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Tayyib, for keeping on time, for providing us more information, a lot of food for thought, and we look forward to engaging with you on this particular topic and the great work that you're doing with the United Nations. So thank you, sir. Next speaker, also on Green Waqf, is colleague Usman Qureshi. Brother Usman, in the interest of time, if I can basically ask you to do your presentation within 7 minutes, and then we've got 2 other speakers. So Brother Usman, please.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu salam ala rasulillah, ma ba'd. Can I start obviously by thanking iPortal for this opportunity to basically air some of my thoughts. I've listened to some of the presentations given by the speakers at the conference and how they've made suggestions on how we can start to tackle the challenges we face as a global community. And it really leaves me with a lot of hope, and it's quite moving to see that we as a Muslim community are looking at making contributions that will help in the world. I was asked to talk about green bucks, but in the knowledge that there was another speaker who spoke very well about green bucks, and to be honest, I couldn't have done anywhere close to what the information that he gave. I thought I'd deviate just slightly and talk maybe, if I can, very quickly about some of the political, economic, and philosophical challenges that really underpin the crises that we're seeing in our time, and crises that relate to impact that's being had on socially as well as economically, environmentally. A small quick quote from a person who I usually wouldn't quote, but I found the quote quite interesting. In his book on Capitalism Freedom, Milton Friedman wrote, "Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around." So what's important is that when we're thinking about solutions for the crises that we're facing, right, is that it's not only about the solutions that are helping to tackle the problem that we can see in front of us, but that those solutions should have an ideological force and strength, which help to change the very structures of society that are repeatedly giving rise to these crises over and over again. Now, you'll all know that Rome was not built in a day, but nor was the environmental crises that we're facing. a friend of mine who is a GP, a general practitioner in the UK, a doctor, he was talking to me about the increase in the number of people who at a relatively young age are now suffering from heart attacks. And he said that there's a false assumption that these heart attacks are a result of several years of bad diet. He says that there is a cumulative impact over 20 to 30 years. It's quite a long time. That's having an impact on people relatively young, where they are suffering unfortunately, from heart attacks. So in the same way, when we think about the environment, okay, and the earth is a much bigger entity than an individual person, right? And we think about the harm to the environment, to the earth itself, we should realize that this harm isn't something that's happened over, a couple of decades, but this has been going on for centuries. So while non-renewable energy sources were certainly used before the Middle Ages, usage was relatively insignificant, if nothing more than just because the global population at that time was small. So when we look at the environment, okay, this is, I'm sort of moving my thesis towards what I want to talk about. When we look at the environment, the crisis fuse was really lit in the mid-18th century at the start of the Industrial Revolution, where now we're using masses of non-renewable sources of energy to power the world and propel us to this height of human achievement and progress. A progress actually that we've now come to understand, regrettably, as one which is extremely costly. And it's interesting, I remember reading a book by Ronald Wright, Short History of Progress, which some of you may know about. And he actually refers to a concept called a progress trap. And he defines that as a chain of successes which, upon reaching a certain scale, leads to disaster. And if we're looking at the impact, not just on the environment, but the human impact, the broad social, environmental, on animal welfare, the impact that we're having, this impact is sustained over a long time. So where we're always looking at the pinnacle of human achievement and what we've been able to, the successes that we've had, what we're not looking at is the damage that has been sustained on the back of those successes. So our efforts and intentions towards solutions that will bring about reductions in the harm that we perpetrate in the world, as well as the multiple initiatives of restoring the earth, are much needed in this fight. But the question we need to ask ourselves is, what are the structures that have given rise to these crises to begin with, and what is their philosophical underpinning? Only when we're able to influence those underlying positions and ideas can we really think about a long-term sustainable change, okay? So the discussion around the environment typically results in our considering how can we change the nature of how we consume, rather than even asking what I think is a more fundamental question, and that's considering how much we consume, right? So when we consume, that consumption is a product of the earth. We're not magically making resources from nothing. So when Allah Jalla wa Ala speaks of having established al-mizan, the balance, and He orders us not to move to excess and to upset that balance, it should concern every one of us that we live in a society where businesses and corporations engage their marketing machines to encourage people to consume beyond their needs. We have a certain amount of need, right? But the consumption that we're constantly being programmed to think over and over again is that actually we should want more than we actually need to do whatever it is that we do in terms of our work or even our worship, whatever. There's this constant, we're being bombarded all the time with the sense of, well, we need more. We don't actually need more, but we're made to want it. And that consumption must necessarily have an impact on the earth. Just consider, for example, Black Friday sales and the images of people fighting over discounted goods in superstores. I mean, behaving really sadly, unfortunately, like just wild animals. Corporations are enthralled to this idea of reaching out to the base desires of people and creating an insatiable greed that keeps them spending and spending and spending and spending the pursuit of happiness. So when we're looking at the harm that's being perpetrated in the world, I think that we do need to step back and really think about what's powering this, okay? And greed happens to be this sort of greed or self-interest on the part of the business is certainly greed on the part of the population, where they're being programmed, all the time to consume things that we don't need. It's really, really important, and that's having an impact as we discussed on the environment. Certainly, in a private meeting on the 24th of March of this year, just a short while ago, between the Conservative Party backbenchers and the Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson unashamedly remarked that the success of the UK's vaccine development program was because of capitalism and greed, remarks that he probably didn't want to get out into the open. But there you have it, brothers and sisters, okay? There is a sense that we really need to be thinking, and you see, this is a psychological and philosophical phenomena, right? Whether, of course, we need to move towards solutions that we're looking at that help to counter the harm that's existing in the world, but we actually sort of need to dig a little bit deeper back and think about these sorts of challenges, right? So as a global society, our measure of success is in the material and the monetary value attached to companies and individuals. So we uncritically, oftentimes, a lot of us do this, we praise the achievements of companies who are abundantly lining the pockets of their shareholders without interrogating for a moment the way in which they created that wealth. So when we see corporations like Amazon, okay, where the majority of profits and wealth is moving towards the top, while the rank and file workers are left in relative poverty, we're not asking why this happens. When the factories of Western multinational textile firms are lined up along the Chitram River in Indonesia, which are pouring in gallons and gallons of effluent into a water source that is used by over 2 million Indonesians, and they rely on it for drinking and washing and cooking. Instead of being outraged, we're impressed and clapping the financial gains and the profits made by various brands, textile brands. When in the production of cotton over the past century, the Aral Sea, part of Uzbekistan, has dried up, causing the extinction of animal life, a change in the climate of extreme winters and summers, the loss of the collapse of a fishing industry for local communities. We only seem to be concerned about how to fix the problem rather than asking some of the tougher questions of how this even happened. So it would be wrong, I suppose.
I'm sorry for interrupting. If you could please sum up. We've got Zoom until only 8 o'clock. So if you could, and we've got
problem.
2 more.
Now
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. In brief, just to try and get to the end, right? These principles and the way in which our economy is functioning didn't just appear from vacuum. People actually attribute a lot of these problems to Adam Smith. They call the father of capitalism. Actually, he's got a book on the moral sentiments of the market, which actually gives you a much better sense of what Adam Smith was talking about. The problem that we've had has been one of an idea mainly generated by people like economists like Milton Friedman, who have proposed the idea that actually if we push people towards self-interest, we push businesses towards its self-interest, then that is going to propel our economy. What we're now seeing is that has been a social, moral, and environmental unmitigated disaster. So to end, I suppose, to challenge the structure, and we have to challenge it at various levels, but we need to challenge the structures, importantly, our brothers and sisters, at a personal level. That means to break away from the enslavement of consumption for its sake. It means to see one's time on this earth is temporary. This is what Allah intended, okay? That the life of this world is a deception, and to consider how one's wealth can be employed or invested in the pursuit of those needs, but investing our money where it's going to give us dividends for the hereafter. For example, as the brother before mentioned, in awqaf, in waqfs, which have a social benefit and an amazing social benefit, but one as a sadaqah jariyah, as an ongoing benefit for the hereafter. And I'm going to sort of cut it now because I realize that we're out of time. But if I hopefully get the opportunity another time, we can pick this up again. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you, Brother Usman. Apologies for cutting it short. A very eloquent presentation. I very much impressed in one of the theses is success at scale results in disaster. So thank you for sharing that with us. Our next speaker is Brother Rizwan Malik from IOFI. He has done a lot of good work over the years in a number of roles, and Brother Rizwan, to you, if you can basically do your presentation within 8 minutes, please. Thank you.
Sure. I'm not allowed to share the screen, or
Go ahead. Please share.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Being the last, or one of the last one, there's a benefit to it, and there's of course you're skewed because of the time. So first of all, let me thank you, Brother Rushdie and iPortal, for inviting me. Definitely really benefited from the opportunity and learned a lot from some of the renowned leaders within the Islamic economics, banking and finance. So thank you very much. I think it's a very important topic in general, and I'll try to do it, I'll speed it up. I've got about 10 slides in general, but I'll try to be very quick on some of the thoughts. I don't think I'll say anything new, but I think it will be everything that we already know, maybe just a reminder, and some of the things that have already been mentioned, maybe potentially as of today as well. So I think the fact is that we have been impacted. My topic is generally sustainability and the charitable giving, right? So in that context, when we look at the grand scheme of things, we have been impacted by COVID, and as a result, we have seen now studies that the not so well-to-do ones are more affected than the rest of us, or rest of the people. So as a result of COVID, of course, there has been an increased inequalities between the rich and poor, as well as people have been pushed further down the poverty line, as reported by UNHCR's latest report, just talking about refugees in particular. There has been an increase of about 10 million in refugees, just on the right-hand side that you see. So, and when COVID comes in, then it adds further to the dilemma and the difficult time that people in general face, in particular the not so well-to-do people. I think in general from the COVID only, the one positive thing that I can probably think of is the reported 7% reduction in the carbon emissions. So other than that, I don't think anything positive has come out of COVID. However, it's like the brother earlier mentioned that he quoted Friedman, and there's these plagues or such crisis offers us an opportunity to break the status quo as well, to rethink, go back to our drawing board, and potentially think of what we can do so that it doesn't happen. And if we think about it, then probably there's a need to change the whole system that we operate in, the whole economic system, the environment that we live in. However, probably that is not the topic of the topic for today. But having said, so that's a long-term thing. But when we talk about the short-term thing, we know the fact the environment has been affected, and it has long-term consequences for the humanity. Of course, we have seen the extreme weather, extreme changes in weather, rising water levels. All of them, I think, together a disaster for the humanity, which results in loss of means of survival. Having said that, when we talk about the charities and Muslims in general, Muslims happen to be very generous when it comes to charitable contributions. I've put something from the UK. British Muslims happen to be the biggest contributors, and Islamic charities in the UK happen to be one of the largest raisers of charity. Having said that, also in the Muslim majority countries, a lot of good work is being done, where a lot of important infrastructure institutions are run through the charitable funds. Of course, Muslims contribute in three ways. There are others as well: zakah, sadaqah, and waqf. Waqf have been very ably covered by the two brothers. I'm not going into details. Zakah has its own set of criteria on the 8 categories where it can be extended to. We are left with sadaqah and the contribution. So, of course, at the macro level, a lot has been said even today. A lot has been said in terms of sustainability, what we can do at the global level, and this was signed. The result was or at least the efforts were started from the signing of UN SDGs by 193 countries, and efforts are in place to potentially do at a country level through other agreements like the climate or the Paris Agreement and so on and so forth. However, I think more importantly, what I would like to focus on is the micro the micro steps or the micro sustainability that each of us can do to make a difference within our locality, within our neighborhood, etc. And since there is a lot of there are a lot of relief related needs that are there for people, probably that takes in that takes the front seat in terms of importance. However, there are other important issues like the social issues we are discussing here. So we talk about environment. So given that we have limited resources, the Pareto principle states that 80% of our results are from the 20% of our efforts. So given that we have limited resources when it comes to sadaqahs and the voluntary contribution, I think important question is, are these three? Where do we give? How do we give, and why we give? I believe zakah intentionally, and of course sadaqah can be used for the relief purposes. Part of sadaqahs needs to be routed to some other social causes, and I don't say that we don't support that. I think we do that, but at times it goes at the back burner, at the back of our mind, and I think that's where we need to remind our conscious that these are the efforts that need to be put in place at a micro level so that it has a long-lasting impact. So here I'm suggesting, green social infrastructure at the micro level, what we can do, and green economic empowerment. And what I mean by that, green social infrastructure is very easy. Can we assist our localities, our neighborhood? Can we turn our charities to turn the mosques, the hospitals, the educational institutions that we have into green? So this is something not new. This has been happening in the developed world. There are a number of mosques. We talk about the Cambridge Mosque, which has which has received a lot of prominence. A lot of other countries have the eco mosques, and our brother earlier in the morning also mentioned the example of Germany, Brother Tanju. A lot of good work is happening. However, this is not happening where it's needed the most. So I'm talking about developing countries. So there it doesn't get that kind of priority. So maybe can we route our charities towards these purpose or these projects where our immediate society can be converted into green society. And I mean here the converting our of course the use of energy into renewables. Something that is happening. One study that in Saudi Arabia was done where the mosques, and of course Saudi has a lot of mosques, where mosques were regarded as using in terms of its consumption, they were ranked as number 2 in terms of power usage. So a lot of efforts are in place in the UAE, in Morocco, where a lot of mosques are being converted into green mosques, or at least environment-friendly mosques. So maybe putting in place those social panels on the water. Of course, it's a fact that a lot of water gets wasted when we do our wudu or ablution. And again, another study was done in the UAE and India in particular, where when they change by a very simple step, where they change their taps to sensor taps, they were able to save up to 75% of the water use. So these are probably baby steps that we can generally take. I think waste is another area which has been talked about even in this webinar today. I think very simple step can be, if possible, waste recycling plants can be put in. If not, I understand the cost will be a lot, but at least the ablution water, which is known to be not as polluted, can be used for landscaping, gardens, or toilet flushing, and so on and so forth. And of course, recycling of waste is very important when we talk about waste management. And I think the most important of all, what I recently come across the term from Dr. Tariqullah's chapter, which is about poverty of conscience. And I think we need to bring in the agents of change, and that's very important. We need to remind ourselves and those in our neighborhood to be conscious of this, so that collectively we can make a difference. Second part, and I'm mindful of time. Second part here is about micro sustainability for empowerment, and I think OIC block, which accounts for about 25% of global population, in fact accounts for 54% of the global refugees. Again, a report is quoted at the UNHCR report. So I think all of us need to do something. It's no good to feed the poor. Rather, I think it's important to help them be empowered. I think efforts are already in place. I think we need to do more to help them, learn how to fish rather than just, giving them consumption relief packages. And again, I think something that is very important to reduce poverty, where refugees, people below the poverty line, they need to be brought up so that actually if they are zakat or sadaqah receiver, in a year's time they become zakat payers. And again, I would like to refer to Professor Tariqullah's venture waqf model that he talked about in a chapter in a book recently, and I think I can share the link after my talk. But I think very easily a fund can be set up based on Qadr Hassan model, which can be used to extend loans to people, whereby they set up their businesses and their businesses, so that at least they can start becoming economically active. And one very good example that comes to mind is a model of Akhuwat, a micro lending platform or microfinance institution based out of Pakistan, who has been very successfully doing this for the last 2 decades, whose concept is based on solidarity, brotherhood. They have served millions of people in the last over 2 decades, and their model is based on 4 parameters, and that's very simple. They segregate people based on 4 areas. One, who are eligible for zakah, and they extend zakahs to them. People who are not zakah eligible, but people who can be economically active, people who don't have the means to start up businesses, so they extend loans to them. And then the third criteria is Islamic microfinance, where people who can, where Islamic microfinance for profit comes into play. And the fourth is collateral-based lending. And I think they have been very successful in doing what they have been doing. And just to relate what, if we can bring in green finance here, then they haven't been really focusing a lot on green finance. They have been teaching people how to set up their businesses, educating them how to run the businesses, but the focus has not been on green. A simple tweak to them can be brought in, where more efforts can be put in place to educate people about green financing, setting up green businesses. And this model can be successfully exported to other countries. I think a lot of good work is happening in other countries as well. I would like to quote a very, something I found very powerful, again by the founder of Akhuwat, and he said, "Poverty cannot be eliminated by business. It can only be eliminated by giving, compassion, sharing, and brotherhood." I think that's a very powerful statement. When we look at it, I think
Brother
Usman, allow me a couple of minutes.
If you could just sum up, because we're running really late and we've got one more speaker. Rizwan,
sure.
please.
Just wrapping up, I think, on this slide. Sustainability of funding is very important. I'm talking about voluntary contributions here, and voluntary contributions are not sustainable on a long-term basis. However, at the same time, our zakah, our charitable contributions have lagged in terms of being managed in a systematic manner, so the impact is far and wide. So here I'm suggesting that if the voluntary contribution by individuals can be clubbed together by the CSR funds of IFIs and other corporates to set up a fund, that fund basically then is invested into sustainable means or projects, which grows over time to support the green social infrastructure projects and the green economic empowerment projects. I think these are very important projects. IFIs at the moment, through the CSR funds, they do a lot of different things. None of them are connected. I think they need to be brought together so the impact is far and wide. And I think one reference that from AOFI that I can bring about is AOFI governance standard on CSR, which talks about how CSR funds can be routed into some of these projects. So I think wrapping up really, I think in general, when we relate to the social causes, I think a lot of good work is happening. We generally have two choices: one, to join people like Brother Tanju in the morning, brother like Professor Tariqullah Khan, professor like Brother Rushdie, who's doing a lot of good work, and we can join hands with them so that our synergies are, we can bring in synergies and we become more efficient and effective. And last but not least, I think we will be held accountable for the society we live in, for the waste that we do. And I'm not proud of saying that, but Muslim majority countries happen to be one of the ones who waste a lot of food, and iftars are no exception. And we do that all across in our lunches and our dinners all the time. So I think we need to be the agents of change. We will be held accountable, so we need to be very careful about how we do. And this is something, again, the values that are embedded within our religion. We have been grown or raised in telling these things. We shouldn't be wasting anything. So last but not least, I think education of this, awareness of this is very important. I, for myself, has benefited just from this opportunity because I've been able to put together the thoughts in a way that I have never been in the past. So I think that's it from my side. I so thank you very much for the opportunity, and I leave the floor to Brother Rushdie. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you, Brother Rizwan. Wonderful, insightful, and we've learned a lot from your presentation. Thank you. Last but not least, speaker, probably the most patient one, is Brother Shadab Ahmad. He's the founder CEO of Halal Box in India, one of the leading halal entities in the area of proteins. And I have asked him to speak about injecting sustainability into the halal space because it's a conversation that needs to be had. And he's a practitioner, so he's the best type of person to talk about this. Brother Shadab.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. And so we have been hearing patiently for all the speakers. I think I'm fortunate that Rushdie has invited for such an event for me, to all of us. And it is a lot of learning that we have got from all the speakers that have been there. Just a request, we have recently got ahead of COVID second wave in India. So if you all can make dua for all of us in India, because it's a little difficult challenges times, especially in India. So that is one thing. So I'm a founder of Halal Box. So Halal Box is a promoter of halal foods in India. And this is basically specifically into meat products. And we are leveraging the technology from processing of the meat till the last mile of the delivery. And this is a home delivery based model company. It's a very, very hyper local business model. A lot of people think that sitting in India, and probably it's a vegetarian country, somebody is doing a meat product or something. So just to enlighten people, 71% of the Indians are non-vegetarians, and $50 billion market, retail market. So it's a huge market available. And we have been promoting halal in India from last 4 years. And creating a lot of contents, videos, and we are also, so it has been a taboo when considering a halal word, because most of the time people do consider to attach with it with religion, but we have always shown the benefit side of it, probably the scientific reasons behind it of consuming halal products in India. And it has been exponential rise in the businesses that we have been. And to be very honest, it's a huge country with 1.3 billion people and 200 million. So that's the second largest Muslim dominance country in the world. But we're very happy that the most of the customers, probably 60% of the customers are non-Muslims, and they appreciate the work that we do in India. And so we have been educating them from over the time, and a lot of things that we've done. I wanted to show you all a presentation, but I think looking at the time and the things which is running so fast, and the people are patiently waiting from last 3.5 hours, 4 hours. So I don't want to go back and show you the presentations of the company, but I orally explain you. So a lot of things that we are doing. So the topic that has been given to me is carbon footprint.
Brother Kitab, show your presentation. That's fine. It would be unfair for you to not show it. Please show us the presentation.
Thanks. So you all can see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's very simple. So hardly 3-4 slides. So I saw a lot of presentations were happening. I asked my people to send me some presentation because I'm in the middle of some event. They sent me the previous 2 years pitch deck, which we pitched to the investors and got money. So anyways, so this is where I can skip few things and can show you some of the things. So yeah, so carbon footprint is such an important thing. Probably, I think food processing units like us, obviously, GHG emissions are 26% out of it. So probably we are a company which are very taking care of the environment as such, and then our plants probably the processing areas and the meat where we process our meat processing. These are all accomplished by FSSC 22000, which is how do you take care of the Mother Earth? Probably the effluent treatment, water plants, and all things are taken care into. And also we are because since it is mostly a delivery-based model business, so we are trying to get a lot of electrical vehicles which can be used in our case in regard to delivery, which can be always good for the environment and other things. And since into the food businesses, obviously a lot of plastics that we normally use, which obviously we are trying to, there is the R&D team that has been set up by us. I think in India is also one of the largest producer of bananas, obviously. So we are using those bananas, waste banana trees for biodegradable products, especially like containers and boxes, which I think we are in a phase. So one phase is over. We have tested it, but some things are not going up. We are actually trying hard to replace the plastic, fully plastic, to these biodegradable container boxes through these wastages. So these are some of the sites. So we are present in iOS and Android. So these are some of the these showcases, and this is one of the founder. This is I and that other founder of mine, which we started 4 years before. These are some problems which obviously all countries, normally developing countries, always has unhygienic conditions and those things. So we have a huge plant processing plants which has been certified international body from where we process the meat and in every and then we pack and then deliver. And technology is such an important aspect in our businesses that, for example, any point of time we can trace and track our products at any real time basis. So that we can get to know the quality and of the product and the temperature of the product, because since it is meat, temperature is such an important task in this kind of thing. So these are some pointers, like how big the market probably in India in the retail is a 50 billion USD market, and these are the products that we normally deal into. These are we're going to be upgrading more and more products as the consumers are catching towards the halal food segments, and so more and more products are going to be added in these kind of things. So this is how the processing that are done. So once you see that there are the vendors, so we support the farmers also. So probably we finance them, we give them checks probably to raise the birds and goats, and from there we procure them. So financial assistance is also given to them as a part of help in a way, and then from there the processing start. And since it is a hyper local businesses, we have a different stores at every area, and from the every area your system, for example, you are at a place and you just search for the products that you're looking, you are on the app or a website of ours, it will showcase the product which is available near to you, and then system will automatically hit to the products. Once you buy the product, it hits to the nearest rider which is available. So probably we are partnered with few logistic companies. One is Lala Move, which is a Singapore-based company, and few other companies are also partners. And the nearest rider is like a Uber model style that we work on. So the nearest rider just picks up the product and deliver to the consumer. So it is such a easy framework, and these are some technologies that we are using to leverage this kind of business model. Okay. And so these are also some kind of licenses which are needed to protect the Mother Earth, and which is very, very important in India. Probably you have to have these to run this kind of businesses. So we're taking a lot of care and consideration so that so a lot of benefits is given and a lot of care is taken for obviously like plastics uses could be the lesser, and all other factors that we are obviously taking into consideration to be in this. And one such aspect of it is we are promoting halal industry in India. Also, we are in talks to a few other countries like Canada, which we are also very recently, inshallah, we're going to be exploring that market also. So the mission is to bring halal focused food in few countries, and also give them importance of consuming halal meat, halal foods and meat in globally. So that is what the focus area is. Yeah. So Brother Ashley, so I'm done with it. I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brother Shadab, for the presentation. A question for you. As you look for alternatives to plastics, you talked about banana leaves and other biodegradable area. Does that add to the cost of the final product?
It does add to the cost. Probably it goes 20% higher than the plastics. But there are less choices available. I think India already had banned the plastics and has given a leeway because of the pandemics. It has got a little bit more what you call leverage of doing businesses. But over a time, you have to change from plastic to others. So that's the reason we have been doing R&D from last 1 year.
Okay, fair enough. Rizwan, Brother Rizwan, are you still on the call?
Yes.
Brother Rizwan? Okay, so wonderful presentation. The question for you, you and I had a private conversation about charities and then green charities. Do you think going forward to tap into the green donors, that charities will start showcasing beyond greenwashing themselves as green charities as a way of increasing donations?
This potentially can be done. I think this is being done at individual level. I think all of us have been contributing to such causes. You know, we go to a mosque, there's a box, we put in the box, there are 2-3 different types of box, we decide where we put in. I think it's just that we have been doing it without any conscious effort. So to me, if awareness can be created on the topic, then each of us, if we can change our neighborhood and can have an impact from that perspective, I think definitely there's a room for us. If I can see that my charity can actually make a significant contribution to the environment that I live in, at least for my society, then I would definitely do that. So I can't speak for the bigger organization, and I think a lot of them are doing so. Look at Islamic Relief, Muslim Hand, all of them have projects in place that are green. But at individual level, I'll be more interested. So I think I can speak for myself and the people around. So I'll be more interested in making a difference. And if I can make from my small contribution, that would be said to be of interest. And I can generalize it across people from that point of view.
No, these are good comments, early developments. Professor Tariqullah, are you still with us? Professor Tariqullah, are you here?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, I am here.
All right,
I'm
so
enjoying actually.
Good. I've got a question for you, sir. It came from an anonymous private source. Is going green a good purpose?
Is going green a good purpose?
Yes.
This is the $1 trillion question actually.
Yes.
Actually, you see, when we are saying green waqf, for example, and in my presentation, my focus was on the fact that waqf within the existing waste and emissions driven economic system of which we are influenced substantially. It has gone to our roots. This waqf can be even by itself a zahma. As I mentioned about the hospital, it's a waqf hospital, but unfortunately it is dumping its waste into the river. So why can't we make the primary condition of establishing a waqf based on consciousness of not generating any waste and having at least some arrangement of safely disposing that waste instead of dumping it into the river? So those are the basic considerations in my view, which I actually translated into a paper which is called Venture Waqf in Circular Economy, and it was published by the ISRA, the Malaysian famous International Sharia Research Academy, in which I made an argument that in each age there is a key challenge, and in our age the challenge is to change our mindset to come in compliance with Mizan, which is the universal balance, and to be the trustee of Allah on earth, and to avoid waste and emissions. So in my view, this is a good purpose, and this should be a purpose of a waqf. So that's my
Thank you,
piece on it. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Tariqullah. The follow-up question to that, and it's for Dr. Tariqullah and whoever else is on this call, is you've basically shared with us high-level goals, the aspirational pathway to a destination. But there are so many hurdles, so many minds, so many challenges. We need easy victories. We need a small pilot that's successful and that creates momentum and that starts getting attention and it builds upon itself. Where do we start a small pilot? What country is the best country to do this in?
Brother Rushdie, you see, this issue is so fundamental that a small thing cannot be really like if somebody is doing some small thing, we can make it as a workshop and we discuss it. It's a good idea. But from my humble perspective on this, I have worked for the IDB for 27 years of my best time of my life. And I have worked with the IFSB and with Brother Ijlal's organization and with IOFI also. These big institutions, the Islamic Development Bank, the IFSB, the IOFI, have to look at this subject and to adopt it as a transformational goal, which they can then translate into the standards. There has to be an IOFI standard addressing this issue. There has to be the standards of the IFSB, which are based on the Basel Committee standards, and the Basel Committee themselves are changing tremendously. So why can't the IFSB take a challenge on this? Especially, Brother Rushdie, the fact is that Islamic finance is 90% from GCC plus Iran plus Malaysia plus Indonesia. These are the countries which are supplying 90% of the Islamic finance services business. And these are the economies which are the most carbon-oriented economies in the world. I called it ecological footprint average of these countries is 6 Earth, which is the highest in the world. And Islamic finance is a subset of this. And out of that birthplace, we as Islamic finance has to become much more responsible than what we are doing, basically. This is something which there's a lot of opportunity into it. And I wanted to mention this to Brother Bhatti, if he's there, about the takaful. Right. There is the most relevant document is the principles for sustainable insurance. The principles for sustainable insurance have been adopted last year by the UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program Finance Initiative. And of course, there is another set of the principles for responsible banking, which is, again, last year, maybe 2 years before, it has been adopted. And only one Islamic bank has signed up to these principles of responsible banking. So what I'm saying is that it is not a small micro thing which will work. It is a massive transformational thinking within these big organizations, going back to the issue of waste and israf and mizan and trusteeship and all those good things which we have in our original sources of faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Brother Rizwan.
I want to congratulate all of our brothers and presenters for starting this tremendously important initiative. And Brother Rushdie, thank you very much for inviting me to this. And I hope we can build on this and not lose focus. Inshallah. And we can make really wonderful things. And I am very thankful to especially to the Green Iftar initiators. This is just something coming from their society, Germany, by our good brothers and sisters, and we should replicate it actually in other countries. And I am also very much encouraged by our brothers Rizwan Malik and Shadab Ahmad, the young leaders who can take this very fundamental transformative idea into the future.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We are led very ably by yourselves, Sheikh.
Thank you. Brother Rushdie, thank you.
Excellent. We nearly 4.5 hours later, I wanted to thank you all very much for your time, for your passion, for your dedication, for your contribution. And Professor Tariqullah, you're 100% right. We will, inshallah, build on this foundation. It may not be called Green Iftar after Ramadan, but we will follow up with another event and possibly a host of seminars on each of the verticals. So I want to thank each and every one of you for the time extended and the research that you've done and you shared with us. I wanted to thank my team, iPortal team, Hailey, who's been instrumental in putting these seminars together. Could not have been done effectively and efficiently without her hard work behind the scenes. So I thank you. Please stay safe. God bless. Inshallah, we will see you all very soon. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother Rushdie, for the benefit of everyone, I've put the link for the book that Professor Tariqullah was referring in the chat. There's a very important chapter on venture work, which is very, very encouraging for everyone to read.
Okay, fantastic. We'll share that link to all the participants. Brother Rizwan, thank you, and be safe until next time, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you very much.